Good morning and welcome everyone to the Voices of Apprentices in the European Year of the Youth 2022 event, which is the firstly European Apprentice for Alliance hybrid event since 2020. I believe already this, that we are meeting today here, hybrid, which means also in person, deserves already the first round of applause. You might ask yourself, who am I? My name is Mateusz von Rejewski. I was doing an apprenticeship back in the days in the German public service. Since ever then, I joined a trade union organization and worked firstly on the regional, later on the national level, and since 2013 on the European level, where I am the president of the Fundación Bertelsmann des Syndicats Indépendants, the CESI Youth. Since 2017, the European Commission, together with the OBESU and the European Youth Forum, decided to create the European Apprenticeships Network. And I am happy to be one of the co-founding members back in the days. Today, I'm here the master of ceremony, and it is my first time doing this. So as you can hear, I'm a bit nervous, and I hope we will have a great day together and collect amazing experiences. Already now, I want to apologize if I will mispronounce someone's names. But trust me, having the name of Mateusz von Rejewski in Germany is not easy. I have this struggle since 30 years. We have the pleasure to have with us a range of distinguished speakers joining us from across Europe and Spain to discuss the role of apprentices and their representation across the European Union, present good practices and effective solutions on how to make apprenticeships more attractive for young people. We will first start with our official welcome from the Spanish partners, Directorate General for Vocational Education and Training of the Regional Government of Catalonia and the Bertelsmann Foundation, as well as the European Apprenticeships Network. Our first panel focused on the context of the event, the European Year of Youth 2022. It will set the scene for today's discussion. This will be followed by discussions on dual vocational education and training, providing us with insights from the host country and on the representation of apprentices at the national level. Our first session will be just as interesting, with more interactive parallel breakout sessions taking place after lunch, as well as presentations of good practices from across Europe and Spain. Our first day will close with a cultural visit of this beautiful Sant Pau hospital and the official launch of the renewed European Apprenticeships Network. I hope you are as much excited as I am for this. Now I would like to ask the European Apprenticeships Network colleagues just to stand up and smile and wave so that everyone can see who you are and where you are. Yes. Thank you. To our online participants, you will have the opportunity to follow the debates of our first day on the EU Social YouTube channel. For our on-site participants, tomorrow's program will include the 2 site visits to vocational schools in Barcelona, Escola del Treball and Institut Bonanova, which will be the opportunity of relevant exchange with local VET providers. Finally, to all our participants, both on-site and online, watching us, please feel free to leave your comments, ask your questions in the chat. During the event, we will try to make sure to raise all of your interactions with the panelists during our Q&A sessions at the end of each panel. Now, I have the big honor to welcome our first eminent speakers. Mr. Angel Luis Miguel, who holds the position of General Director, Director General for Vocational Education and Training of the Regional Government of Catalonia. He has more than 35 years of experience working in vocational education, and his expertise was recognized in 2007 by the Catalan Council of Vocational Training. Our second panelist is also from the host country. representing the Bertelsmann Foundation. Mrs. Clara Bassolz, she has been the director of the Foundation Bertelsmann, a subsidiary of the German Foundation Bertelsmann Stiftung, since 2015. Prior to joining the Fundación Bertelsmann, Clara was working in many years as an employment lawyer in various firms in law. And the last one in the first session is my colleague from the European Apprenticeships Network, Mr. John Fortune, the current Vice President of the Southern Region in the Union of Students in Ireland. He is a new member of the European Apprenticeships Network, which is representing 7 higher educational institutions across Ireland, with more than 60,000 students. To begin with the first panel, I would like to hand over to our first member, Mr. Angel Luis Miguel, who will set the scene for today's discussion. Dear Angel, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Bon dia.
Good morning. Please allow me to say hello from Josep González Cambrai, who is our Regional Minister of Education. Welcome to Barcelona, welcome to this conference. In Catalonia, the Dual Vocational Education and Training programs were born in 2012. After the organization of the dual system training in the initial professional vocational training that we had. However, this type of training began in 2008. And around mid-90s, we also had some experience in vocational training. We saw some programs back then. But with the law that was passed in 2012, that first class produced a class of graduates of over 400 students. In the past school year, we had 7,741 students coming from 317 different schools that participated in programs with over 3,000 businesses. This is our experience in this dual system vocational training. From 14 degrees back in 2013, we went up to 148 the last school year. So right now we have over 81% of the degrees of vocational training that are dual vocational training, dual VET. And the levels of satisfaction are very high, over 9 points, over 10 for students and for businesses. This vocational training includes an apprenticeship in businesses of over 1,000 hours, and all those hours are paid. There is a close collaboration between the workplace and the school, and the students are closely monitored. Spain in 2021 had a youth unemployment rate of over 30%, but in Catalonia it was 27.27%. But this youth unemployment rate, in the case of students that undergo a VET program, after they have finished their studies, that's when we gather all the data, 9 months after graduating. 9 months after graduating, the youth unemployment rate for students that went through VET was 15%. And that rate went down to 13.14% for dual VET programs, and all that while during the pandemic and in businesses that were undergoing difficulties because of the pandemic as well. And in some specialties, these percentages are even lower. For example, installation and maintenance, electricity and electronics, or mechanic manufacturing. And all these are more industrial profiles. This trend ratifies and supports our commitment, the commitment of the department. And just yesterday, the government passed the law that will integrate the VET programs in the professional and vocational training. But this is not new to us. Back in 2015, we already had a law that regulated vocational and educational training. And the current law that was passed at the national level is based on that law as well. Here in Catalonia, with the experience that we gathered throughout the years, we are introducing qualitative elements to further develop the professional training, and we have a team of prospectors that help meet the needs of the different schools, and at the same time they help us in formalizing the collaboration with the different business entities and to improve the monitoring of the students. The different supervisors of the schools and the supervisors in the businesses are key elements to monitor the training of the students. And this translates into an improvement of the relationships between the school and the businesses and creates some symbiotic relationships, and it is a win-win situation. We also introduced the figure of the joint supervisor that helps creating this fabric with the micro, small, and medium businesses. We are committed to this international dual VET, and part of these apprenticeships takes place in foreign businesses as well, beginning with those that have offices both here in Catalonia and abroad. And we will see some examples today. In the dual VET, the student has to be at the center, and we need to know their opinion in order to improve the learning process. Since this dual system began, we knew that we needed to guarantee the rights of the students, and that's why we established a curricular model that was adapted to the training that the student will receive and that the student will need when joining the labor market, the workplace. So we established certain limits and criteria, and we made sure that the occupational risk prevention measures were taken and that businesses complied with those. All the different social agents are working also to have presence in the dual VET system. And at the department, we have a representation of all the different stakeholders. And the educational department also is working to promote these different apprenticeships that will make businesses more competitive, because they will have the capabilities that the future workers can bring to the businesses as well. I want to thank the organizers of this event, and I hope that throughout the day we can share experiences and analyze that we can still improve. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Angel, for bringing us the perspective and introduce us to the dual system here in the region of Catalonia. I just want to mention that for the speakers coming up to the stage, you're very free to speak without wearing the mask. It's a bit more clear to understand, especially for the participants online who join us. The next one, we are turning to Mrs. Clara Bassolz, who is representing the Fundación Bertelsmann. Dear Clara, the stage is yours.
Bon dia a tots I benvinguts.
Good morning and welcome to this event on behalf of the Bertelsmann Foundation.
Thank you very much for your participation. Those who are with us here in Barcelona and those who are participating online. And for Fundación Bertelsmann, which I represent, it is a real honor to collaborate in organizing an EAfA meeting in our city, in Barcelona. And the truth is that we tried to organize it twice before, but had to cancel it due to the pandemic. For this reason, now we are even more delighted to see that this event has been possible. And we are also very happy to be celebrating this event in a very special place of Barcelona, Hospital Sant Pau. And let me say a few words about it. It is one of the biggest Art Nouveau complexes, and it's the main work of the Catalan architect Domènec Muntaner. It comprises 12 pavilions, which are interlinked by subterranean galleries of more than 1 kilometer of length. In 1997, it was declared to be a World Heritage by UNESCO. And those who have grown up here in Barcelona and are not too young remember visiting relatives and friends that were sick here in Sant Pau, because up to 2009, it still served as hospital. And from then on, the hospital was moved to other buildings nearby, and these old buildings were reserved for tourism and also for events like this one. Now, with regards to Fundación Bertelsmann, since many years we are promoting a high-quality apprenticeship in Spain. In 2015, together with other partners, we created the Alianza para la FP Dual, which is a network of companies, VET providers, and other organizations committed with a high-quality apprenticeship in Spain. Now there are 1,500 members in the Alianza. And in the frame of this alliance, of course, we work on different topics. For example, how to attract young people and companies to apprenticeship, how to give support to the companies in the first projects, how to get a stronger collaboration, and many often we have missed the voice of apprentices, of the thousands of young people in Europe that are being trained through apprenticeship. And in this sense, we would like to give a message to the administrations and European institutions and encourage them to promote even more programs and research projects that give a voice to apprentices. By the way, we think that the name given to this event is really very appropriate. The voice of apprentices in the European Year of Youth. Yes. So congratulations to the EAfA for choosing this name. In the frame of this Alianza, we created also together with other partners, with Lidl and the Chamber of Commerce of Spain, a network of apprentices and ex-apprentices. They are called Somos Dual, who help contribute to expand apprenticeship through their own experiences. And Ignacio de Benito, colleague from Fundación Bertelsmann, will talk to you about this network later on. But the truth is that often those VET programs that lead very straightly to very good perspectives in the labor market are not those that are best known and best valued by young people. And for this reason, it is so valuable that those that are studying them really talk about them to others. And this also helps to get rid of stereotypes that are still in the society. And it is especially relevant in countries like Spain with a high youth unemployment. I think this line of work we can share with other countries. In Fundación Bertelsmann, we have spent from the beginning a lot of energy listening to apprentices. And really, we have learned a lot of things from them. And there is one thing that most of them say. They say that they prefer learning in alternance between company and vet school, and that they are convinced that they learn more this way. But of course, only if the apprenticeship program has a sufficient level of quality. And that's why we always insist and that we have to strive towards a high quality apprenticeship, because otherwise it is not that useful. Presently we are about to launch a survey to apprentices. We had to postpone it due to the pandemic, in which we want to find out their perception of their experience from the point of view of quality. And we hope that we will have the results by the end of the year. With this, really, I want to finish this short introduction, but before, I would like to give a big thanks to the EAfA, and especially to Norbert, for making this day possible, and also to the European Apprenticeship Network, and to the Dirección General de Formación Profesional de la Generalitat de Catalunya for the excellent collaboration and organizing this event that we are sure will be very interesting and very pleasant for all of us. Thank you very much.
Dear Clara, thank you very much for your amazing input. I have to agree, I'm here since a few years with the EAfA, and for me it's the most beautiful venue we ever had. Sorry to say for all the other organizers for other events, but this is wow. So we are very happy, and thank you to the Bertelsmann Fundación and the Region of Catalonia and Commission for bringing us here today. Thank you also for mentioning the very important thing that you could collect in the Bertelsmann Fundación, that you said the most important thing that you collect from the apprentices is that they're convinced by this program of working at a company and studying at a school. And this is the core of an apprenticeship program. And this is also how we believe that it's a very smooth way for the transition from school to the labor market for young people. As the motto for today is the voices of apprentices, I would like to speak now the first apprentice of the day. I'm happy to introduce John Fortuna to our next panel. John, where are you? There, perfectly. Join the stage.
Oh, I'll take off the mask now. Hello and welcome to the Voice of Apprentices in the European Year of Youth 2022. As mentioned, my name is John Fortune, and I'm from the Union of Students in Ireland, USI. We represent 374,000 students, 374,000 students across the island of Ireland, including apprentices. I'm not an apprentice myself, but I do represent apprentices in my role. It's a pleasure to be here today. In Barcelona, we love to get out of Ireland and to see so many different faces and different experiences in one room for apprentices is so great to see. I'm here on behalf of USI and the European Apprenticeships Network. I'm a new member. However, I think everyone in the EAN will agree that I'm not a quiet member, nor am I a shy member, unfortunately for them. But as mentioned, I represent apprentices. So I'm here to chat about an overview of Ireland and to talk about the European Apprenticeships Network and how important this event is to us. So we are interested in promoting apprentices at our core. We need to remember that while it's great that we're all in this room, we cannot have anything about us without us. So we need to encourage and promote apprentices to get here, and we need to create pathways for apprentices to sit here with us and to ensure that they have their own voices heard while we're here representing them. We need to ensure that apprentices are empowered to have a voice and that we are amplifying that voice that they have. The founding principles of the European Apprenticeships Network are quality education and quality assurance, rights, responsibilities and protection, legally binding agreements, representation, promoting apprenticeships, anti-discrimination, and accessible information. You can tell I'm new because I do not know them off by heart, but I do have them wrote down to remind myself. So yesterday we met the European Apprenticeships Network, and we had a great discussion, and it was great to see that these priorities are at the core of all of our work in the various organisations that come together to form the European Apprenticeships Network. So in the lead up to this event, I was thinking about representation in Ireland and trying to think of how we represent our students and our apprentices, and are we doing it effectively? So in Ireland, as I said, USI represents 374,000 students. Of this, we have 24,212 apprentices in Ireland as of 2021. Last year, there was 8,607 new registrants of apprentices. So we're making strides to introduce new apprenticeships in Ireland, in finance and in turbine maintenance. And we're trying to ensure that these are promoted to apprentices, but also that we are going out to schools and we're going out to colleges, and we are encouraging people to break down the stigma behind doing an apprenticeship. So we're hoping that this will help increase our average of 5,500 new registrants per year to 10,000 new registrants by 2025. So this goal will not be possible without collaboration in our whole island. Yes, I do have a presentation. I apologise, I am that person. But we need to ensure that while we are encouraging apprentices to do, or while we are encouraging people to do apprenticeships, that we fight for a fair wage for the work that they are doing, that we fight for workers' rights for these apprentices, and that we ensure that the issues that they are facing, we are building bridges to break down the barriers to apprentices. So we need to engage with unions to do this. However, we need to meet apprentices where they're at. So, apologies. We're recovering from a pandemic that so many of us have never experienced before. This has shone a light on the situation in Ireland and across Europe that we're in. We have a huge mental health crisis across all people. We ship apprentices in Ireland across the country at weeks' notice. We have an accommodation crisis that we've never saw before in Ireland. We have an accommodation shortage, and we are expecting apprentices to get short-term leases, which is not feasible. We have a huge engagement issue because we haven't tried to collaborate with the second-level students' union or with trade unions to ensure that apprentices are represented in Ireland. We need to engage with the apprenticeship providers also to ensure that apprentices are being well maintained in their apprenticeship, and to ensure that training that is being provided to apprentices is fit for purpose. We can work towards lobbying for better accommodation, for better training, and for better engagement to our local government if we work in collaboration. So we need to rebuild our engagement and strengthen our communication. When we think about the European Year of Youth 2022, we have to think about what it means to each one of us in this room. We need to ensure that apprentices know that we are listening, we are learning, and we are ready to take their lead. So I hope you enjoy the conference. I apologise for talking so much, but you won't hear the end of me at this event, and I apologise for that. I will more than likely be the loudest person in the room, but that's okay, I'm Irish. So thank you for having me in the lovely Barcelona, and I hope that you enjoyed this amazing event. Thank you.
Dear John, if I can tell you something, never apologize for speaking. Thank you for your contribution, and it makes me very happy and kind of proud as already the oldie of the Apprentices Network to see that the fresh blood is so much engaged and not shy at all. Because at the end, we represent the apprentices and we are here to raise the voice, and our voice has to be loud and clear. So thank you, and thank you very much to our distinguished panelists in the first session of today. Well, thank you for your welcoming speeches and your interesting contributions. We have now the pleasure to present to you a video message from the European Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, Mr. Nicolas Schmit. He will present the Commission's efforts as part of the European Year of Youth 2022 of giving young people more and better opportunities for the future. Let's see the video, please.
Dear apprentices, dear youth representatives, dear participants, 2022 is the European Year of Youth. A year dedicated to young Europeans, a year to speak, to listen, and to participate, a year to learn and to engage. More than ever, Europe needs the vision, engagement, and participation of young people. I hope that this is the year that marks a turning point. Policymakers should always hear the views and concerns of the next generation. With the terror of war returning to Europe, we are witnessing a horrific crisis at a moment when younger generations have already been suffering a lot due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We need to give all young people good prospects and hope, the possibility for a prosperous future despite the challenges. And it all starts by investing in education. The right to quality and inclusive education, training and lifelong learning is indeed the very first principle of the European Pillar of Social Rights. Quality apprenticeships can make such a difference in helping people get into the labor market. They create a win-win situation for both apprentices and companies. They provide people with real work experience and skills, becoming the fast track to employment, the true definition of a bridge to jobs. With the Youth Employment Support Package presented in 2020, the Commission has given a new impetus to apprenticeships as an effective way to address youth unemployment. Together with the French presidency, we want also to facilitate and enhance the mobility of apprentices thanks to Erasmus. We have to work on the barriers that still prevent young people in an apprenticeship from having an experience in another member state. Since the launch of the renewed European Alliance for Apprenticeships in July 2020, together with a new European Skills Agenda, 41 new members have pledged to provide more than 160,000 apprenticeship places to young people. This brings us to a total of 370 members and over 1 million apprenticeship places since 2013. The Alliance comprises all 27 EU member states, the 5 candidate countries and the 4 EFTA countries. Israel and Moldova have also joined as EAfA partner countries. There are now 38 countries actively providing more opportunities for young people. The European Apprentices Network has become a strong ally of the European Alliance for Apprenticeships. The network aims to ensure that young apprentices, both in secondary and third-level education, contribute to policy making by becoming a representative voice towards institutions and stakeholders at all levels. But there is more we can do. There are still limited opportunities for apprentices to be represented in national structures, such as trade unions or youth organizations, or to contribute to policy discussions at European level. Dear friends, I am very proud to be part of the launch of the reinforced European Apprenticeships Network. And I wish you all great success in tackling the challenges that lie ahead.
Last week I had the honor to speak to the Commissioner during one of our events about the Lost Generation 2.0. Now after the COVID pandemic, and not to have make the same mistakes after the financial and economic crisis back in 2000. DG Employment in the European Commission, and you are the first speaker for today, and also you will firstly speak and then you will moderate the panel session. And while you are entering the stage, I would like to ask all of these participants, as the focus is the year of youth, how or what would be an effective year of youth? Imagine we are at the 31st of December 2022. When you look back at this year, what would be effective, and how could you bring young people to the agenda, also in your VET providers or in your companies who you're representing here today? Dear Chiara, the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much, Mateusz. It's really a great pleasure to be here today. It's really amazing to see you all in 3D. And I think it's now today we have the best of both worlds, actually, because we have an amazing audience here in Barcelona, in this beautiful place, but we also have many people joining online. So welcome to everyone to this first session of the event, The Voice of Apprentices in the European Year of Youth. Unfortunately, young people are often the first hit and the most affected by all the crises that we are going through. We heard Mateusz's testimonial on his speech and dialogue with our commissioner. We heard John, who presented some specific issues that young apprentices are facing in Ireland and that I'm sure are common to many other countries. When the pandemic hit, the Commission came forward with a package, the Youth Employment Initiative, the YES package, to bring some concrete support to young people. This is actually when the European Alliance of Apprenticeships was relaunched. And we also proposed a reinforced youth guarantee. And you may know that the youth guarantee provides the rights to young people who are not in employment, in education or training, to be offered an apprenticeship, a traineeship, a job, or continued education within 4 months of becoming unemployed or leaving education and training. And this is also the fourth principle of the European Pillar of Social Rights. We heard the Commissioner mentioning the first one, the right for everyone to education and training, and Principle 4 is about access to active employment support. And these apprenticeships are a very important part of this package. But we cannot be here today, in this beautiful place with these wonderful people, and not think about the horrible tragedy that has been forced upon our fellow friends in Ukraine. Since the unprovoked and totally unjustified aggression from Russia to the Ukrainian people, we have welcomed more than 3.5 million Ukrainian refugees in the European Union. Most of them are children and women. We need to help these people integrate quickly into education and training, into the job market in the European Union. We need to lay a hand urgently. This is why yesterday the Commission adopted a communication explaining what the EU is doing about it. How can we help member states integrate refugees in their countries? And this includes, for the first time ever, the activation of the Temporary Protection Directive that the Council immediately, early in March, adopted. This directive is extremely important because it immediately provides a legal status to these refugees, and this legal status also entails immediate assistance and access to rights. These rights include the access to education and training, including, of course, vocational training, initial and continuing. But this day is about young people. And yes, even if young people are the ones who have the higher stakes, because they are the ones who are going to be here to live through the future, sometimes they struggle to have their voice heard. So this is why this year is the European Year of Youth, to give this voice a chance to be heard louder. And maybe it's a sign that this event was delayed for so many years, 2 years, so that we are falling nicely and squarely in this European Year of Youth. So today is about listening to the voice of young apprentices, identifying good practices, and increase apprentices' representation in national and regional structures, discussing how to make apprenticeships even more attractive for young people, and by officially launching the renewed European Apprentice Network. So I would like to welcome on stage the two in-person speakers and one online speaker for this session. Please let me welcome Caridad Alarcón Sanchez, who is the board member of OBESU, Marcus Wright from ETUC Youth, and online Michael Deutsch from DG Education, Youth, Sport and Culture. Please join me on stage. I think I have to use this. I will keep the phone to make sure that we are not exceeding our allotted time. So, welcome again. We will start now with Caridad Alarcón Sanchez, who is the board member of OBESU, the voice of school students in Europe. And we would like to begin to ask you, what is the role of apprenticeship in this European Year of Youth 2022? What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? Please, Caridad.
Shall I take the mic thing? I think it's on, yeah. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today and to welcoming me in Barcelona. I'm also from Spain, so it's great to visit other cities. So for the first question, I think it's really important to ask them, ask the apprentices what they need, and to really hear them, and that's why we're here today. So it's great to start by that and to be here. And also with the European Apprenticeships Network, we have a great bridge between the apprentices and the European institutions. So first of all, hearing them and hearing their demands, and then asking us how we can solve their problems to really come with solutions from the objectives that we have, with the priorities that we set for them, to really ask us how we can really deal with their issues and to really engage them in this year of youth, because it's not just about high school students or university students, it's also about apprentices, and it's about vocational students and vocational training, and it's so important to have them in mind. So that's kind of all, I think.
Thank you very much, Caridad. I'm really glad to see that you have this, you're bringing this perspective on how also we can work together to maximize the impact of your actions and your initiatives. And I'm sure there will be a chance to further expand on this later on in the Q&A question with the audience here and also the people who are following online. So I'm very happy now to turn to my colleague Michael Teutsch, who is head of unit for schools and multilingualism in DG Education and Culture in the Commission. I hope that Michael is here. And if you are, because I don't see you, oh yes, I see you, welcome. Please, will you tell us more about the European Year of Youth?
Yeah, hello, good morning everybody, and thank you so much for inviting me, and I envy you all for being in nice Barcelona. I'm not saying anything bad about Brussels, but I know Barcelona is a very nice place. So thanks a lot for inviting and for really also making the link. I very much like what you've just heard, that the purpose is to give young people a voice in this European Year of Youth, and that of course includes the apprentices, as just been said. I mean, we all know that it's all about, this has been very difficult years, 2 years we've had behind us. So the whole idea of the European Year of Youth was to give the young people who have suffered quite a lot or had a very difficult time to also have a voice to tell what can be supported in order to get out of this and then to make the best out of this world, hoping that the pandemic would be over very soon. So we are listening from the Commission side. I mean, that's also what our President, Ms. van der Leyen, has said. We just heard it from Commissioner Schmidt. The other thing is we also want to give the opportunities back. I mean, I myself, I have the pleasure to work on the Erasmus program, which is schools, vocational training included. And as you know, I mean, vocational training is really a big pillar. I mean, we spend a third of the Erasmus opportunities for mobility in the area of vocational training. So it's very, very strong. So we very much hope that once this pandemic will be over, there will be a chance for apprentices, but also for their teachers, for their trainers, to take part in this program again, and to be mobile again, to go again to other countries, to learn professionally, but to learn personally. There are other possibilities, like in the European Solidarity Corps. We can come back this later, and so it's really the idea now to use the European Year of Youth to provide new opportunities and to have a better world, because there's also a new world that is developing. And I think after the pandemic, it's not just of going back where we were before, but we also know that we have to prepare for a world which has to take into account much more the opportunities of sustainable development and a huge digitization. And there again, let's listen also in dialogue with everybody and the voice of young people and how that can best be done. And let's use the opportunities of our programs at Erasmus, both in terms of mobility and in terms of projects. I would like also to say a word on to carry on what Commissioner Schmidt and Chiara have just said. I mean, we were hoping to have the European Year of Youth to pass a positive message that after 2 years of the pandemic, we are now going to a better place. At the same time, we are now facing a war in which also young people are terribly affected. I mean, Poland alone has 700,000 refugees in school age under 18. We have many among those fleeing the horrors of the war are also teachers and trainers. So as somebody asked, what do you hope to have at the end of this year? As among the many things we will do, I hope we will also be able to show that we've been able to show our solidarity across Europe, the solidarity with those fleeing this horrible war, but in particular also as part of this, also our solidarity with the colleagues who are most affected, who are at the moment providing absolutely great work, solidarity. I mentioned Poland. It's absolutely incredible what's going on there, how the Polish society and students and teachers and schools, everybody is trying to support the refugees. I'm sure the same I could say about the other bordering countries, Romania and Slovakia, Hungary, and those countries where the refugees will be working. So we have also adapted our Erasmus program to that. Any projects which work on topics like social inclusions can be adapted to also think how can we support also refugees, how can we support training institutions who would like to expand their activities. There is a possibility to send staff from countries which are less affected to institutions who may need such support, for example, in Slovakia and in Poland and the other countries. So just as we're at the start of thinking of this, but I think in terms of the wishes for the end of the year, I would like to also add that I hope that the community in Europe, the learning community that we have has also shown to be ready for the future, but also have shown solidarity who need it so strongly this year. And I know that many young people, and I'm sure also in the Apprenticeship networks, are currently thinking how to do it. And we're very happy to support it also in that way. Thanks a lot, Chiara. Sorry if I was a bit long at the start.
Thank you very much, Michael. We can all join wholeheartedly in your wishes and also in praising the amazing organizations on the ground that are really doing our best, and they've mobilized since day one. We also hear a lot of testimonials from the vocational education training providers in Poland, Slovakia, Romania, and all the teachers and trainers and the people who are really selflessly and relentlessly working to help the refugees. And you mentioned, Michael, the important role that apprenticeships in general, that young people can have in supporting some key priorities of our times, which are the digital and the green transitions and many other important issues. So I will now turn to Markus Wright, who is the chairperson of the Finnish Confederation of the Student Branch of the Finnish Confederation of Professionals. He's also a committee member of ETUC Youth, the European Trade Union Confederations, and is a member of the European Apprenticeship Network. So, Markus, what role can apprenticeships have in helping young people into the labor market, in helping young people address the challenges of the world we live in?
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I think one of the main points with getting young people introduced to the labor market with vocational training is that it combines the work, it combines the school. It's just, you're not just sitting inside and listening to teachers just talk and talk and talk, but instead you can actually do something with your hands. And a lot of people, me included, I learn best by doing the stuff myself. So I learn best by actually doing it with my own hands and seeing how it works and seeing where I might be going wrong. And I know there's a lot of people like that, so including those people in vocational training would be key. And I think we need to have a better narrative and market the vocational training better, because at the moment there's a lot of people who think that some way academic training is way better or vocational training is not as prestigious or something like that. But from my perspective, it's a question of how you learn to do stuff. Is it the way that you sit? Because people learn different ways. So it's important that we include those people who learn by doing, and I think the vocational education and training and apprenticeships are a great way of doing that, and that needs to be addressed more this year. It's also very important, as mentioned before, that we have quality apprenticeships, so they are actually beneficial for the students. They give something to the students, and they have a chance to learn, and they have a mentor, that they are not used as just someone to work there, but they are seen as someone who is learning to do the job, and they are mentored in it. So quality and inclusion of people who feel that they learn by doing is key, I think.
Thank you very much, Marcus. And again, the word quality comes very strongly. We heard it this morning, and I think this is going to be really one of the red threads of today's event. But in general, it's really one of the main elements also of the European framework for quality and effective apprenticeship. So this is something that it's very important, and also the inclusion aspect. I had a few follow-up question here for you, but because we have only 20 minutes left, I think I would like to first open the floor for a Q&A, and then maybe if there is time we come back to it, to ensure that we give all our friends here the possibility to ask you questions, and also the people at home. So I'm sorry for this slight change in the program. If we are already ready with some questions here. Looking around, and if not, maybe I will just then ask you a question while we wait for the micros here to arrive, and the people at home to ask their questions. What do you expect of this day, and what would you like to take out of this conference and take with you in your work, and also for us to reflect upon when this is over? Maybe Caridad first.
Thank you. So I have really lots of expectations of this day, and I am really glad to be here to hear every single perspective from different backgrounds and different, I don't know, intergenerational. I think it's good that that people that are from different ages are here, and from different maybe work environments, and from different organizations are here, because as I said, for me it's key to listen, and maybe this is because I'm studying to be a social educator, and this is like the key element for the work. And to really see that young people, for me, youth is not just about the future, but it's already the present. Because we are studying, we're already working, we're starting to work, we're starting to be in the working environment, to be an employee. So really it's not just about that we are going to be the next generation and the future, but we are already the present. So we need for this present to be better, so that when it comes to the future, everything is already done. So that we don't have to change everything in the future, but now. For me, it's key that, yeah, we are doing lots of policy work for the future, for a better future, but we have the present now. We have the things that are happening now, like the war. We need to act now, because we can't wait for the future. We can't wait to see what is going to happen to the students that are going to another country and they don't know the language, like the Ukrainian students that are going to Romania and they don't talk the language, and we need to act now. We need to act in the present, because they are already the present, not just the future. So talking about that and bringing those experiences and bringing those elements here today, I think it's going to be a really amazing experience. So.
Thank you very much, Caridad. This is an extremely important point. And actually, yesterday I was talking to some apprentices or apprentices representative also, and they were saying that sometimes when on the workplace young people are told, well, but why are you already so tired? Why are you complaining that you have too much work? I mean, how will you get to 60? And this is really the wrong approach, because, as you say, it's not about the future and getting to 60. It's about making the most of the opportunities and having a place and having a voice and contributing to shaping your own work environment. So thank you very much for making this very important point. Marcus, would you also like to tell us what are your wishes for takeaways from this day?
Yeah, absolutely. I really hope that I can get a lot of info on how does vocational education and training and how does apprenticeship work in different countries, because it's really important for us as the European community to work together, because we are, after all, in EU, so we have a great chance to improve together our policies, our way of doing things, and I hope that everyone, including me, can take home here ideas that maybe we can do this the way that the Spanish do it, or maybe we can do it a different way. So I hope that I get a lot of ideas from here and a lot of thoughts, so I can use it to better it on my own home country.
Thank you very much, Marcus. I will personally ask you at the end of the day if we managed to meet your expectations. So before I turn also with a question to Michael, I'm just looking around to see if we will be ready for some questions in a bit. Okay, I will just ask a question to Michael. Can you tell us, because you are having many of these events during the European Year of Youth, and you are hearing different groups of young people discussing, what are the messages that you are hearing more often and that you would like to share with us today?
Yes, thanks. It's a really good question. I mean, what we hear first is the message, great that we are actually asked and heard. So that's the first one. So where I sometimes ask myself, well, maybe we should have done this more often, because this reaction shows that it's something that's very much appreciated, and we're doing it in youth events a lot, but that has to become more regularly. Second question is, it has been mentioned before that the whole issue of well-being, mental health, and all this, it's an issue really to look at, because many young people feel that the way the last 2 years have been managed, that maybe the needs of young people haven't been at the center of the attention. So I think that's also a message to say, let's put that in the center, and sort of to see also that the challenges that were shown, the lost opportunities that have unfortunately been there, are actually recognized. And the third message is then at the same time, okay, many problems, but an enormous resilience and ideas on how to do it differently. So, as has just been said, the issues of how do we work in a digital world of today, how do we work with sustainability challenges? It's all problems that we have today. And there are plenty of ideas where also young people tell us we want to be involved, and we are happy to contribute, and we're happy to work on this. So very serious involvement also to say, please listen to us, but we are happy to engage also, to contribute, to make the world a better place and to tackle the challenge that we have. So that's the main three things I would summarize briefly. It's still March, but so I'm looking forward to this to discussing further the coming month.
Many thanks, Michael. In the meantime, I saw a hand going up here in the audience, so please to the gentleman, and please, if you could introduce yourself and the organization you're representing. Thank you very much.
Yes, my name is Claudio. I'm from Milano, Italy. I'm representing the European Parent Association here, EAfA. So thank you so much for the invitation to this relevant event. I want to ask you something. the educational system everywhere is designed by adults, but it applies to young people. Do you think, in your experience, that maybe this system, it is designed today, make you in a position to always have the opportunity to choose all the ways at any age? Or maybe the system that we designed up to now is forcing you that if you have made a wrong choice at 14, you turn left instead to turning right. And then when you become 18, you are not in face of any possible changes anymore. And so somehow we adults are disrupting your future.
Thank you very much, Claudio. I think this question was directed to our guests here or panelists here on the stage. Many important points. Huh? How do we allow the possibility to adapt the choice, to make and then adapt the choices? So there is the issue of permeability. There is the issue of having to go through an education system that somebody else has designed for you. What would you say to that? Marcus, you have the mic.
Yeah, I think when we're designing our rather renewing our education, and always we should have the young people as part of it. It's unfortunate, yes, that they are planned at the moment by adults, and it's true, yes, that if you mess up at 14 or don't have interest in school enough at that point, which is quite common, it's really hard to get back on track at a later stage. But I think that we should have opportunities for those people who've decided to actually pursue something which requires something that they should have done at 14. That way we should provide the chance to redo those things. That it's not that you messed up once in your life when you were 14, when you weren't an adult, but rather that you have a chance to renew yourself and renew your education, even with those mistakes, if you call them, or decisions that you made at that point.
Many thanks, and Caridad.
Yeah, so I think this brought lots of things, and this is a debate that can go really for long, and we can really discuss this type of system. I've been thinking this type of things, of ideas, and since I was like 12 that I entered high school, and I was like, okay, in 3 years I have to choose where I want to go, for science or for letters. But I like biology and I like Greek, so what do I do? Because if I choose biology, then I cannot be maybe an English teacher, because that will decide my future. You know, like the curricula is really restricted, and having young people's voice there, students' voices in really the decision-making part, that they can say, I want to mix the subject. How can we do that? And to have the expertise that know how the curricula works, or how teachers are, you know, trained, but also to bring the perspective of the students, like what they want. Really, are we restricting so much that if you choose biology, you're gonna be just in science? But you cannot be also in the class of Greek. You know, I don't know if this, but in Spain it's like this, because I talk from the perspective of a Spanish student that was restricted since I was like 14 to go this direction or the other. And I would have liked for them to ask me if I really liked the system. Like just for them to tell me, do you like the system, or should we change it, or ask you, and also for the law to not change that much in Spain, because every single year that another political party comes to the government, then they change the law, and then we have to, and this happens in other countries, and it's really but for the students and for the teachers, because they have to train again to teach. So it's a lifelong learning process. So we need to really consider that, to hear teachers, to hear politicians, to hear the students, and really mix it all and be in the same room and bring some ideas, because there are things that I know, but that maybe I don't know that other person can teach me or tell me. So bringing that could be an amazing thing to do, and to see that in reality, to really see that.
Thank you very much, Caridad. So absolutely, young people need to be in the room where it happens. So thank you for the very interesting question. We have another question from the lady. Oh, two ladies in the audience there, please. Please also online, do not be shy. I don't see any question for the moment, but we will have the possibility also for a question from our online audience. Please.
Thank you. You hear me? Yes, okay. Thank you very much. My name is Arja Kauchenberg. I'm Vice President of the Lifelong Learning Platform, and thank you for mentioning the lifelong learning, which I want to come back to here. Yes, I think we need to accept that it's not only about schooling, it's about lifelong learning, and I'm absolutely against the idea of messing up something at some point in life. We all have to take decisions, and sometimes in the end we find out that we should have done something else, and the possibility should always be open to change that. I think that's a very important point. On the other hand, I do believe, and maybe that's because I'm Austrian, that the system, the educational system that we talk about here, I mean, was very much created in Michael's and my country 300 years ago by Frederick the Great and Maria Theresa, and we still have very much the same system, yeah? And all other things in our lives have changed enormously, but if you go into a classroom, it's not that much the case, right? So maybe after 300 years, we need to adapt, and taking the voice of young people in and say, what do you want, what do you need, and coming to a more modular system of school, yeah, which we have at university level. Why wouldn't we have that on a school level, especially for the upper secondary part? I think that could be a very good starting point, yeah. I'm going to talk about this afternoon about an example from Austria where we have more diversity already, but I think we really need that. We need more inquiry-based learning, we need more work-based learning. I think that is the future, and modular systems where you can say, yes, I want to take biology, but I also want to learn ancient Greek. Why is that contradictory? Why is that considered contradictory? Yeah? There's no logic behind that. But the question that I really wanted to ask you is, the other day I listened to the inventor, if you like, of the mindfulness movement, John Kabat-Zinn, and he said, well, anybody in the youth who is not depressed today has not realized what the reality is. And I'm really, really happy to see that there are so many engaged young people out there that are not depressed, but that they're doing something about the world that is not such a perfect place, and the events that are happening that are basically due to adults taking very wrong decisions, let's put it mildly. Yeah? I would like to know, what would you really want from the adults to do more?
Thank you very much, Arja. Let's take also the next question, and because we are now running out of time and I don't see any question from the online audience, then I will give the floor back to our speakers to react to all the three of them, to react to what they heard. Please.
Good morning. My name is Irina Stanciu. I come from Iași, Romania. I come from a vet organization that is training actually also at pre-primary, primary education. And I'm not sure my question will be a question in the end. It's just a few comments regarding what have heard so far. I would like to salute the Commission, of course, for this initiative. It's been great to be here after so much time, not so many years, but so much time. And we are very happy to hear about the initiative, about how to support the member states in integrating the refugees. You know, we haven't been a targeted country for migrants in Romania, but now we have to face a lot of people coming and a lot of challenges. And what's, I think, very important is to be prepared to integrate them, especially because we are not dealing with all kinds of young people, but mainly female, and people with, and women with children and elderly and so on. And that would be another challenge on top of that. We are very glad that we had the opportunity to actually have, let's say, the labor market moving very quickly. Up to now, we are aware of 2,000 people, Ukrainians, employed in our region. And I think that says a lot, because a lot of initiatives for financing their training and financing kindergartens and so on have been done. But what I would like to strengthen is that we have to continue that, because this is only the beginning as we see it. They cannot go back home that quickly because there's no home to go back. So they will have to be trained everywhere in Europe and make sure that when they go back, they can contribute to put it back. Another issue is another message is for the young people we are celebrating, let's say, this year. We are very proud of you, and we are very proud of being able to work with you, because you are the future. And maybe this should be the message you could send to your future employers. You need us because we are the future, and it's not only a need, but it's always good to see people developing around you, and we can do that. And this is why we are here. I think we strongly believe in that. And like a motivation issue for the young people, maybe we could say that there are people in Ukraine that do not have that possibility now. So they have to put their hands on guns and go and defend their country. And it's important to know that you are lucky enough to live in freedom and to be able to support it. And I promise, that would be my last sentence, please do not stop mobilities towards Romania, Poland, and the Baltic countries. There are national agencies recommending in the Erasmus to stop mobilities, at least for some periods of time. Please do not encourage that. We miss our abroad trainees. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have time for further questions, so I'm going to turn back to our speakers. We've heard a lot of different and important issues. I will start with Michael this time to react to the elements that you want to.
No, I think we should look at things positively. I mean, because I heard a bit of criticism, and actually I fully share it, that there is so much to be done. At the same time, I mean, we have absolutely fantastic examples in all countries across Europe that you can share and that we can use with learning from each other, but also by engaging in exchanges and in projects. And I very much like what has just been said from the Romanian interventions, or the colleague from Romania saying, okay, don't stop coming, let's see how we can support each other. In terms of the flexibility, I think, and the pathways, I think what we are trying to promote is three things. On the one hand is to see indeed the pathways should be flexible along life, because everyone knows that with digitization, with the personal choices, with the environment, there will be new things coming. The other thing is laying the basis, and we look at the teaching at early age. So it's of course not just about knowledge, it's also about certain competences which gives you the possibility to learn and build what you've done. So all this flexibility is also, it's a competence by itself, and it's also something which is done in many countries. It's actually demanded by employers. I mean, most of the employers and the apprentices know it. They will tell you, okay, you need certain technologies, techniques, certain knowledge, but the employers usually they ask you to be able to adapt to your clients, to adapt to technological change. And so that's the second one. And the third one is, of course, involvement of young people themselves. So these are really the three recommendations we always give: pathways, competences, and involvement, in order to have more agile and adaptable education and training systems which are actually made for the needs of young people. And just I mean, it's something that I had to learn myself. When I started in education, I was sort of sometimes making fun when it was said child-centered or youth-centered education, because I thought, what else? But in fact, I acknowledge it's not always the case. So I think we are learning a lot, the adults, to become better in involving and looking more closely at the needs of young people themselves now and today, and not just in the future. And that's why we also have the European Year of Youth, and why we're having events like this one today in our programs. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Michael. Caridad.
Yeah, so just in a few sentences, because I know we're running out of time. So just to say, for the first question, what I expect from adults, I think it's for them to be ready to learn from young people. Because we're ready, we've born ready to learn from adults, but I think they have to be ready to learn from our perspective and our world, because I think we live in very two different worlds, and sometimes, and they ask, why are you depressed? Oh, let's get ready. Just sit down, I'll talk to you, what are my problems, and be ready just to learn how's my day to day, you know, and why, like, I'm facing a pandemic, I'm facing that other fellow young people are escaping from their house in Ukraine, that are facing a horrible situation, and I have to deal with that, and I cannot help them because I'm hundreds of thousands of kilometers apart from them, and I cannot go and hug them, you know, and that makes me sad. And that's why a 13-year-old or an 8-year-old can be depressed, because they're facing a world of horrible things, and they feel like they cannot do anything. So for the adults to be ready to learn from us, and I think that also kind of answers of the comments that were made by you, and and that would, it's, you know, it's really to be ready to listen to us again. I said too many times listen, but it's the key word that I have to be settled on our minds today.
Thank you very much. Very, very clear. Marcus, please.
All right. So for the first question, what should adults do, is I think the key is inclusion. As mentioned before, adults need to take us with when we're making decisions, when we're talking about education, whatever, but they need to take young people with them to have that discussion. Like today, we have many brilliant minds, many brilliant young people here. I think these kind of events are really important, so we get the message from the young people to the adults and to the persons who are making the decisions in our governments.
Thank you very much, Marcus. And please join me in a round of applause for our panelists. And thank you so much. We couldn't have hoped for a better way to kickstart. Thanks to the audience for the very pertinent and interesting question. It was a very rich discussion, and hopefully many of the themes that already got flagged in this session will have the space for further discussion during the rest of the conference. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Chiara, and thank you.
Gracias, Chiara, y gracias a los oradores por esta interesante primera sesión de la mañana. La conclusión para mí es que, de nuevo, sinceramente, los jóvenes quieren que se les oiga, quieren que se les escuche, quieren estar en las mesas donde se toman las decisiones. Y tengo la impresión de que esto es algo que hace años y generaciones que pasa. Así que me gustaría pedir a todos las personas en el público que han sido jóvenes y que han luchado como jóvenes y que estén dispuestos a estar en la mesa de toma de decisiones, pueden levantar la mano. Y hablo de los adultos también, que haya más que como jóvenes hayan defendido la toma de decisiones por parte de los jóvenes. Y estáis aquí hoy también y seguís dándonos espacio a los jóvenes para que se nos escuche. Y pensando en el Año Europeo de la Juventud 2022, creo que hablo en nombre de todos cuando digo...
But on the other side, I want to remind everyone that the problems and obstacles that we as a young person are facing, having access to the labor market, a smooth transition to the labor market, having access to affordable housing, no problems with mental health for young people. We heard it from the Ukrainian colleagues speaking about young people who have to fight for their country and also for their life. This will not end by the end of this year. So as a comment to this session, I would like to remind all of us that we have to ensure that youth is not only this year on top of this agenda, but will stay on your agendas forever. So, but now I'm happy to move on to the next session of today, which will be bring us the Spanish efforts to promote dual VET across the country in Spain. And I'm happy to introduce Mrs. Maria Pascual, who is representing the Directorate General for Vocational Education and Training of the Regional Government of Catalonia. And you are our next moderator. Dear Maria, the floor is yours.
Bon dia a tots I a totes. És un plaer.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to see new and known faces here from around Europe to be able to debate on how to improve the dual VET system and apprenticeships. Clara Sanz will inaugurate this session. She is the General Secretariat for Vocational Training for the Ministry, and she will discuss the new law.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the European Apprenticeships Network and the Directorate General of Employment of the EU for organizing this event together with the Department of Education of the Regional Government of Catalonia and the Bertelsmann Foundation. This is to reflect on vocational training, on how to move on to a quality, successful system for vocational training, where apprenticeship is fundamental. Vocational training in Spain is a state priority, a government priority, which is shared with all other European countries and the European Commission. Even more so in our country, in Spain, because the reality here requires it to be transformed. We are at a time of transformation, of revolution, I would even say, for vocational training, and this can be seen in the new basic law for vocational training in Spain, and also in the plan for modernizing vocational training, which we already started in 2020, and ever since it's been developed as normal. And this new law tries to sort out some very specific issues and the reality of our country. First of all, 46% of the active population has not certified professional skills because they acquired them through professional experience, and we can't have that. This is why we need to reactivate the certification of skills acquired through those pathways. We also have an imbalance between the requirements of the new economy, the productive players, and the training structure of our country. We know that 50% of jobs will require an intermediate qualification level, but we only reach 25% in Spain, which means we need to hugely increase training in that intermediary part, which is the muscle for companies. At the same time, the vocational training option, vocational training students in our country account for half of any other country. We have 12 to 13%, whereas the average in other European countries is 25%. And that's why precisely from the government of Spain, we are funding the creation of over 200,000 places for vocational training. But I would like to focus in this short time, I'd like to focus on the new law. The new law approaches a vocational training system which is very powerful, agile, based on effective anticipation of skills, competences, and changes that are coming or already in the productive system. This law approaches a system which, first of all, needs to integrate vocational training for young people and workers and unemployed people, therefore putting in practice the principle of lifelong training and guaranteeing all training to be accumulated and accessible for all, so that anyone can find a spot in the vocational training system during their lives, whatever they need to get trained, skilled, or requalified. It is therefore the person that is at the center, at the heart of the system. Vocational training system is made up of three main elements: professional orientation, certification of professional skills acquired through working experience or other pathways, and the training offer, on which I will linger on a little bit more. The training we are proposing is an integrated training which can be accumulated, which can be certifiable, and which is associated to European framework of qualifications and the Spanish framework of qualifications. Vocational training will be organized in grades from A to E, so 5 grades, from the bigger training systems to micro trainings. So it's going to be a modular system in our vocational training, so that any training, again, since from micro to bigger ones, will be linked to the Spanish catalog of competence standards, which allows us to have bottom-up pathways in which you can really put value on the training, so that everyone at their pace can increase their qualifications. We approach a permanent relationship to companies, and our model insists on co-responsibility between training schools and companies, and this is why we define figures such as the school tutors and company tutors, the senior expert at the company, and we also approach something which is quite relevant for the system and for this day, for this meeting, which is the dual character of vocational training. All vocational training in Spain will have this dual character. Whenever you take a training, whatever the grade, whatever the level, you will have, or you will go through the company. You will have a stage at the company to supplement what you learned or what you got the training for. And regardless, the stage at the company will have 2 intensities, the general one, the intensive one. And this is for quality purposes, linked not only to the duration, to the time you will stay in the company, which can go from at least 30% of the overall training to whatever, but also it is linked to the acquisition of the learning results that are acquired in the company setting, and also the training working agreement is regulated by this law. So these work stages, these company stages, are no longer located at the end of the training. The discovery of the company, of the real life of the company, we wanted to have it from day one and throughout the training cycle, and that's what we get from this new law. Not only we make the duration of the training more flexible depending on the needs and the requirements and the training supplements that can add value to degrees or specializations, so that you can have a variable duration between 2 and 3 years for longer training systems and programs. Innovation, research, entrepreneurship, digitization, sustainability are elements which become central with this new model in vocational training. And this new model, this new vocational training system, which dramatically changes and is offered to people throughout their lives, from young people to experienced workers, requires a new vocational training school for the 21st century, in which technology is at the service of training, in which we have disruptive technologies integrated with a direct relationship with the productive system, so that we have company incubators or shared environment between companies and schools, and with increasingly better trained teachers. This is also related to the dual character of the vocational training. It's not just the students that have to have this relationship with the companies, but also the teachers. There's no vocational training without companies, and of course in this new economy we won't have companies without properly skilled and trained professionals. This is why we need to have a dual vocational training, and this is why we need to train together with companies in co-responsibility. We have topped 1 million students in vocational training for the first time, but we are also certifying and requalifying workers in different productive industries. This is what the growth and the employment really depend on, and the productivity of the country and the competitiveness of our companies as well. At the end of the day, individual and collective well-being depends on that, and we are talking about something that goes beyond these training goals, and it's related to the heart of the well-being, the welfare of any European country. So that's our commitment, and that's our bet, and that's the model we approach, which will be started right away. It's already being started in Spain. Thank you so much, everyone.
Bé, doncs després...
So, after this small summary on the new VET law, and after the presentation of the dual Spanish VET, I'd like to call Ignacio de Benito to the front.
De projectes a la Fundació Bertelsmann, que ens vindrà a parlar.
So he will be talking about this network of apprenticeship called Somos Dual. We are dual. VET.
Soy Ignacio de Benito.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ignacio de Benito, and I'm a senior project manager of the project. We are Dual VET, Somos Dual. This is a project that, as our director, Clara Bristol, explained already, we have been putting together with at the Bertelsmann Foundation and another partner. Today, we've been hearing about the voice of young people, and that's why under the umbrella of our Dual VET Alliance that comprises more than 500 members in Spain working towards a more solid Dual VET, we want to accompany young people from the very beginning. And we have established a working group. I'm going to show you the chronology, the timeline of the project. We started the project back in 2018. In 2018, we wanted to, as I said, create a working group that would give voice to young people in parallel to other initiatives that were already up and running. But in that particular project, only young people who were currently or had already completed their VET were able to participate. The group was formed by 50 people at the beginning, and at the Bertelsmann Foundation, we started working on it. I'm going to show you on the screen some of our main goals. I'm going to comment on them just very briefly. Our main focus is to disseminate, to contribute disseminating this model, which is still widely unknown in our country. An important portion of our society still do not know the existence of dual VET. A second goal that Clara already mentioned in her introduction, we work on improving the quality of VET. We need to learn from young people, and that's why we prepared the survey. because we want to know more about their pathway and their experience in dual VT. We also want to show that VT is just, another alternative, not better, not worse. It's an option. And that's the message we are currently working on. We want to break barriers, and I'm sure that in many other countries you're facing the same challenges. In Spain, VT has had a bad reputation in the past. This is now rapidly changing, but with our project we want to contribute to enhance the reputation of VT through testimonials. We want to show that it's a model for success for the present and the future. And we wanted to empower our apprentices through their own stories, so that in the end they can also contribute to a better system. We've seen the government is already taking some steps towards better VT. And one last goal, which is strongly linked to what has been said this morning, the exchange among different networks, not only among apprentices, but also other international networks. So we started to work, and in 2019 we had our first initiatives, mainly conferences, talks, etc. Just that year we reached out to more than 7,500 young people. The alliance was focalized in central and southern Spain, and as I said, we got to 7,500 young people. We wanted to continue growing, but in 2020 the pandemic started and we had to reinvent ourselves. And I think that in some aspects this has done us even some good, because we had to work intensively in our social media, on our online presence and hybrid formats like the current meeting, people following online and others being here on site. So we developed many online activities that went out extremely well, and we haven't stopped carrying out them. And in 2021, that's when we made the leap. The project was not accompanied only by the Bertelsmann Foundation, but it also had the back and the support of the Commercial Chamber of Spain and also European funds. And it was incorporated in 4 areas in Spain: northern Spain, central Spain, southern Spain, and northern eastern Spain. The Alliance also supported this initiative, and from the very beginning we forged that territorial structure. In 2021, just yesterday we could say that's the goal. These are the milestones. You can see them on screen. We have more than 140 ambassadors, people who are collaborating and working for this project. We carried out more than 100 activities, and we reached out to more than 9,500 people, almost 10,000, most of them, on-site and also online. And another important element, impacts online, social media. We had 110 impacts on the media. And that's important because we want the voice of young people to be raised, and we want to be listened not only by young people, but also by their families, their relatives, and those who actually, and policymakers, basically. And we said, okay, we're not going to stop here. So in 2022, we decided to integrate 4 more trade chambers. We are now we cover a larger surface in Spain. We are in 6 different regions, and we are set to grow. The success, I don't really like to talk about success, but let me rephrase. Why is this project yielding some satisfactory results? Well, 3 important elements. First of all, the message. We are conveying a real message. We are telling real stories. People who have been outdoing themselves, people who had their lives changed. And we're doing, this from young people to young people. It's not the same when I'm here presenting and praising the advantages of the project compared to when an apprentice comes up here on stage and tells you about his or her story. Then another important element, commitment, involvement, commitment from young people, of course, essential. These are volunteers, young female and young male people who want to contribute to society. 140 ambassadors who are out there carrying out several activities, both online and on-site, but also the commitment of the businesses, the companies they are working on, and their training centers, because they allow them to carry out such activities. They give them the time to do so. So it's a triple commitment. And finally, the activity generated by us. As I explained, we carry out many kinds of activities on site, but we are also boosting peer-to-peer activities, group activities, regional activities, so that they can share their vision, so that they can contribute to the evolution of this project. And again, I insist, the digital aspect, we are doing a lot of interviews, we are strengthening our LinkedIn presence, and of course we need to be on their social media. We were a little bit reluctant to be on TikTok at the very beginning, but you know, we need to adapt and speak their language. And of course, the press, the media, we've run TV campaigns, we've participated in different media, and we have a strong presence both in print and online media. Social media, networks, we've contributed to several networks. We've invited the network of apprentices in the UK, the Irish colleagues, and we want to listen from them. We nurture from their experiences, because an event like this today, it is precisely about this, to listen and to learn from others. The challenges that lie ahead. Well, we want to make our network to be not only in 8 different provinces, but to be in all our territory, and to increase the number of activities. If you want to know more, please feel free to visit our webpage. It is basically for young people to get more information about the project. We have social media, and I invite you to explore more about us and to collaborate with other networks. And I think that the message that's being conveyed today, as Clara said in her introduction, the title, the motto of this workshop has been chosen really right, and we are here because we are giving young people the opportunity to be heard, to speak up, and to others to make use of this opportunity. Thank you for being here, and I hope that you enjoy being in this wonderful city. Thank you very much, Maria, and I'm at your disposal if you have any questions.
Doncs bé, invito...
Fine, I'd like to call to the stage the Deputy Director from the Catalan DG for VET at the Catalan government, the Regional Government of Catalonia, Mr. José Andrés Villena, who will tell us about the dual VET implementation in Catalonia.
For the opportunity to organize this Congress in Barcelona in cooperation with Bertelsmann Foundation and the European Apprenticeships Network. I welcome to Catalonia all our guests here in this place, also online by internet, to the Congress coming from all over of Europe, professionals interested on improve the learn and quality in share on our youth. La meva breu presentació.
My short presentation has 3 main pillars that I'll try to focus on. First of all, on what we believe to be a case study on VET, and dual VET here in Catalonia, based on the outcomes. Secondly, I will tell you about how we are responding, and I think that we have succeeded in doing so, considering the results, based on the proposals by the Council recommendations related to European Framework for Quality and Effective Apprenticeships. And finally, I'll tell you about the highlights of dual VET here in Catalonia and what we are looking into midterm by 2025. First of all, why are we having this situation, considering that we have the same regulation as in the rest of Spain? And that's because, as the DG mentioned, the head of the DG mentioned at the beginning of the event, back in 2011, people that were at the head of the VET, and many of them are here with me, and I'd like to recognize their work, they had the strong vision on talking about alternating VET. And 2012, even before the Spanish law would tell on how this was to work, we provided a series of measures that would respond to this interesting mode for apprenticeship for our students. So we have a long 10-year story here, which is worth considering when you have to switch cultures, because it's not easy to change the regulation if you have people belonging to that ecosystem, the students, the teachers, companies, workers, and so on, and they cannot that easily take steps to change reality. So you require a decisive movement by the local or regional government being on the lead, but we also need to be accompanied by the whole society. So a sound relationship for 10 years, along with over 65,000 companies that on a daily basis we've been working with for the training of our students. Many of them on VET, on a dual mode, but with the others also with some unpaid apprenticeship where for 4 months are, and when they are able to learn their skills, so that we can work together hand in hand, so that we have shifted from needing companies so that our students go there for apprenticeship, but companies coming to us because we have a shared knowledge, a shared know-how that we can use to increase the value of our companies, our students, and the whole of the society. Secondly, the partnership between all stakeholders, from the government, from the regional government, and from the regional Ministry of Education. There is no doubt in our mind that we need to be following and partnering with others in this dual VET if we want our students to acquire these professional skills that are required by today's society and having good employability opportunities. But that's something that's just the beginning of a long career that they will have to go through by shifting, changing, and probably more often than we have done ourselves, their skills. So, just barely a year ago, the Catalan Agency for VET Qualification and Certification took place with participation of all stakeholders, trade unions, workers, employees, apprenticeships, and regional officials, working first on how this was to proceed in Catalonia, because they were considering back then, and I think that this is a feature of the people that are here today and that were with us in the past, in the dual VET is a way of approaching VET, making apprentices becoming workers at the end of the day, but also that their growth as an individual to have comprehensive career is something that's more quality and faster. And also in 2018 statement where there was a call for a more modern VET, and we felt really comfortable with that statement, because here in Catalonia, because of the changes in 2012, we already had VET that could be made more capital, that could be more flexible, so that both people working and studying could make the most out of the training that they would require. There was already talk back then on projects to improve the quality of VET that would network the teaching staff so that the knowledge and expertise would shift from one school to another. So all in all, building a network of excellence in the VET system in Catalonia. I must say also that often lacking the resources that we would need, but that's also something that we have to face. All in all, we are in a situation where we often think that we need companies to train our students, and that's true. But now we have found out, or for a time, I would say, that also companies need us. We have a more innovative, more creative, more bolder youth. We want them to be proactive and entrepreneurs. And when they reach these companies with their low experience, but yet with this commitment of theirs, we want them to ask questions, to challenge the production modes. Even they might be lacking the answers, they need to be bold, because companies need you, because you are the generation coming from a different, digital, sustainable, environmental world, moving forward and fastly, significantly, and companies find it hard often to make this step forward, even more so for SMEs and micro companies. So we are asking you this. Despite you may run the risk of getting it wrong, this will be even bigger unless you are the protagonist, unless from the very beginning you make your voices heard in the companies. So I would encourage you to do so, and this is what we try and do in our schools, to define this profile of people that would help us build these, and this is the type of people that we need in this Europe we're building together. Some key actions of the framework that I mentioned for a quality apprenticeship, something that we look upon as a model because it was very much providing us many hints. And let me just summarize some of the items. A written agreement, and for that we need a company agreement and a training agreement, and also a place to determine what are the fields for skills and competences, and what's the foundation for the quality of teaching, and how are we to verify that happening, and how is that to be improved in the future. Then pedagogical support. Schools, institutes, I think, have a clear edge when it comes to training people, because this is what we do after all, and companies have a clear edge when it comes to production, service provision, providing added value to the end user. But working together means that our students will learn these VET quicker, but also that the skill learning by students will also make schools learning faster, so that you create a virtuous circle, so that all in all we are enriching one another and improving one another. And so this lets us show and see what are the results, the outcomes that we are achieving, considering that people working in the companies and people studying recognize this success. And this is so because we are doing as I'm telling you. The fact that we have these learning outcomes that the companies are accountable for and that we can prove is part of the quality environment, so that students that are close to 45% of their time while training in the company is really useful, meaningful, quality time in order to acquire these skills. Here in Catalonia, from the very beginning, the mode we use at looking when dual VET is that the student had to be compensating, had to be paid. So if that's an apprentice in a given company, they need to be paid, be it through a grant, as we do here in Catalonia, or be it through a paid contract, which is not that usual here in Catalonia, but hopefully with a coming law that has just recently been announced, this is more so. Because the VET, as we have seen, in the case of the contract, it provides greater safeguards, and this is the way that we should proceed. Anyway, there is a responsibility, an accountability held by the student, and therefore that person should be paid, and therefore they also grow quicker. labor conditions, in occupational risk prevention training and conditions approval, because no company can incorporate a student unless duly certified with all the elements guaranteeing that the practical training will be done under safety and security conditions. With the present regulation and given the present framework, in 2018 there was a provision to improve on the learning done up until then, since 2012, and I think that we are on the lead when it comes to regulating VET in Spain. I think that the new law, when applied here in Catalonia, will capitalize on all the learnings so far, and even the obstacles that we faced. It is important that all stakeholders really work together and put up hard work so that we are not arguing on a daily basis on why we're doing things the way we do, but we have a regulatory framework that of course can be improved, but it is nevertheless helping us. And from a curricular viewpoint, because of this vision on trying to implement a dual quality VET in Catalonia, there was a change, so that one of the things that we were facing here on the issue on organizing teachings, it is now very easy for a school to have this dual VET, but if not, they can switch anytime into it, because you can easily and flexibly do so and change the students' curricula so that they become an apprentice. And about to conclude, by the way. On item 9 on social partners' involvement, and this is something I've already mentioned, and this is something that we are all facing. So from item 1 to item 14, we need to have these full involvement amongst all stakeholders, because this is a must for this to be successful. Then, support for companies. We have a yearly list so that we know all companies participating, and on May we will be having the 10th anniversary of the dual VET, and I would invite you all to join us. We certify people that we train as tutors for companies, so all in all, we try to do our best in supporting companies, so that companies themselves, knowing that they put up a significant effort in caring for these young people that may leave their companies afterwards, after training, but that yet are improving on our ecosystem. Flexibility and mobility. We have a VET here in Catalonia, so that even from level 1 or tier 1 students up to tier 3 students, they have their tools so that they can build up their own track, their own apprenticeship track. We have some partial training schemes so that people both from in or outside the system can join us on modifying, reskilling, upskilling, and guiding the students, because they need to know from before the tuition how this is to work, because it works differently from the academic teaching. But we must bear in mind that not everyone is interested in this type of dual VET, and therefore they need to be well aware of the features so that they can choose the apprenticeship model that they are looking into.
No es fácil.
We've heard about it today. It is not easy to have students enroll in VET programs. Last year we had 25% increase, mainly thanks to the greater visibility, because the different stakeholders convey this confidence that VET programs can change one's life. And from VET programs, you can go to the university afterwards. So even though these are programs designed to join the labor market immediately, they can continue getting trained, they can continue studying in the future as well. So it gives a lot of flexibility for people to choose a different pathway. And lastly, the last two elements, transparency. We publish every year the different agreements we have with the companies that we collaborate with. We also publish the criteria that companies follow to choose what students to have on board. And students can, this serves both ways. Companies can say what they are looking for, and students can see what companies are looking for and choose themselves what companies they want to work with. So we need to improve the system, and we need to analyze how we are doing so. There are a lot of elements in place that makes the dual VET program successful here in Catalonia. This agreement, the close monitoring of all the activities that the students perform. We have a digital app that simplifies and streamlines all the paperwork, thanks to an agreement that we have with some chambers of commerce, the Chamber of Commerce here in Catalonia. And we also have a certification of those studies. The supervisors that accompany the students throughout their training time. And we want to help the companies. We want to give them recognition and visibility, and that the society recognizes the contribution that these companies do while contributing to the apprenticeships programs. The public system here in Catalonia usually have accreditation certifications by external third-party organizations. And we manage that companies so far 30, and we hope to incorporate up until 50 by the end of the year. If companies receive these accreditations, these certifications, this further improves the system. So we want to support them in getting this certification. Just briefly, I want to present the results. Despite the pandemic, last year, 16% of students in Catalonia were enrolled in VET programs, in dual VET programs. And a high percentage, over 80%, were employed after the program, despite the pandemic. And between teachers and businesses and students, we had a satisfaction greater than 90%, which means that after a year in which the study program involved over 40% of presence in the workplace, the fact that they had such great satisfaction rates means that we are doing something right. This is what we expect for 2025. This is what our goals are, that we may modify if needed. We see that there was a decrease in 2020, 2019, 2020, and we saw an increase again in the year 2020, 2021. And this is an estimate, but we hope to get to 9,000 apprentices this school year, which will mean that over 18% of the students in Catalonia will be enrolled in such programs. We would hope, we envision that over 30% of students in the future will be in dual VET programs, and we hope for an employability rate for them and that they are satisfaction. So we hope that 92% are employed after the program and that the satisfaction increases further and we reach 95%. We need a good framework and we need guidance. And it plays in our favor the satisfaction of people enrolled in such programs. I think that we're talking about over 60,000 businesses that we collaborate with, and we share the willingness, the eagerness to build the society of the future. I think that we are creating value in VET programs, we are giving visibility, And we are managing to get higher rates of VET programs than in the rest of the country, so we hope that we can contribute further. Thank you for your attention.
Gracias, subdirector.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Tomorrow you will be able to see yourselves the success of this system in the Institut Bonanova and Escola de Treball, which you will visit tomorrow and you will hear more about. Now I would like to have Ricard Bellera, representative of the social stakeholders, and he will explain about their participation in the dual system in Catalonia. Good morning.
Partners, I should have as a minimum 10 minutes.
Yeah, of course.
Of course. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I want to begin expressing our greetings and appreciation to the European Apprenticeship Network and for the invitation to participate in this event, and special thanks to the General Director of Vocational Education, Mr. Ángel Miguel, who has had the patience and commitment to involve us as social partners and allowing us to enrich this session with our own voice and analysis. I'm here speaking, as Mrs. Pascual was presenting me, not in the name of my own organization, but representing the 4 organizations that are involved in the Catalan VET system, VET system. The employer organizations, Foment and PIMEC, and the trade union organizations, Unión General de Trabajadores and Comisiones Obreras. I think this is the first key message. Even if the difference among us are evident due to the fact that we represent different interests, there are some elements we share, and I would like to underline 3 of them. First of all, mutual recognition, that's the basis to have a negotiation, to have an agreement. Secondly, to understand dialogue as a vocation. And finally, a strong commitment with the aims and quality of vocational education and training. And now I would ask the translators, just if possible, to switch to Spanish or Catalan. It's easier for me. It's a long time ago. I'm not speaking English, so si no hay problema, paso a castellano.
If I may, I can talk in English, in Catalan or Spanish. I will then choose Catalan. Thank you. We are here representing the different trade unions of the country, and in that sense, we want to highlight the social work, the social agents' importance. Mr. Ballena mentioned that there is the right to social dialogue. It is enshrined in our constitution, and this new law in Article 3 defines that social and economic agents will participate in designing, assessing, and monitoring the VET programs to guarantee the transfer of knowledge and abilities between the schools and the businesses. And this is why we have a great role in this process, especially in dual VET programs. Therefore, social agents will need to advocate for this public interest. So there is a regulatory aspect. I will not bore you with laws right now, but we also have a strategic character because we collaborate with the government at a national level and also at the VET programs designing and certification. The name is a little bit mouthful, but we also participate finally at an operational level. And why is that? Well, because VET programs take place in companies and the students interact with the employees there. So in this framework, Mr. Ballena was mentioning the framework document. I will not go further deeper into it, but I would like to mention that this is our basis. We need to take into account something else, and this is the cultural shift that needs to happen, because we need the mindset to change for students to choose these pathways and for employees to understand that they need to welcome and guide the apprentices that join the companies. We need to understand training as an investment, but also as a challenge. There is an association Bofil, that published a report on this, and I would like you to read that because I think it is very interesting regarding this inclusion of young people and apprentices. We see that students that have undergone a VET program have salaries that are 1,600 to 2,000 euros per month, which is higher than other youth people have after graduating from university, for example. There's another key element of VET programs. When we talk about pedagogy, we forget about collective bargaining. Collective bargainings, collective agreements set the framework, set the context in which training and employment takes place. We are talking about a process in which different stakeholders sit down and talk about the weight of training in the workplace. We have the agreement for employability and collective bargaining, and this is at a national level, we have our own collective bargaining here in Catalonia, and there is a chapter dedicated to training. And they say that VET programs are a key element for employability, and social agents should be committed to promote and foster these programs and have a commitment for greater quality programs. We here have a 70% of employment in the country happening in SMEs. How can we design VET programs if we do not take into account collective bargaining? And this is guaranteed by the Constitution. We need to be included, social agents need to be included in all this collective bargaining. There is a challenge that all countries in the European Union faced years ago, and we overcame it. And I'm talking about occupational and safety risks. If we hadn't taken into account the different doctors and insurance companies, we wouldn't have been able to solve that problem. We needed training in occupational risk management. And currently, nowadays, we are all very aware that it is occupational risk prevention that benefits not only our health, but also the economy. And this is relevant because just in Catalonia, we have 1,900,000 people in risk of poverty. I am aware that from the trade unions, it is difficult sometimes to sit down and discuss what we are planning and designing. But there is a great challenge ahead. There is a technological revolution. We have this twofold transition, environmental transition and digital transition, that is taking place in the context of the pandemic, and we've seen this transition accelerate. We have an employment rate of 11% here, but still there are jobs that cannot be covered because people are not trained enough. So we need to take all this into account, incorporate it in the training. And at a global level, we need to think globally, and we need for people to be employable as soon as possible. But there is a deficit of certified capabilities. We have 44% of people in Catalonia and in the national level as well that have skills that are not certifiable. And this has a negative impact on the quality and on quantity. We have a great youth unemployment rate. We are reaching 30% for those young people between the ages of 16 and 24. So we need to hear them. We need to give them a platform. 1 out of 5 young people, only 1 out of 5 young people can live on their own before turning 30. And this is also that we also need to take into account, because we need to make it possible for them to be independent when they are young, and that they have a good salary to do so. We need to see the system not as a mere training system, but rather a comprehensive system. And we need this comprehensive framework for the training to work. We cannot implement a dual vet model. When we talk about dual vet programs, we are not reinventing the wheel here. If we look at the guilds on the 14th and 15th century, we see that these apprenticeships already existed back then. But it takes time. We need this cultural shift. And we cannot implement this a la Frankenstein. We cannot take different elements from different places. No, we need to design this organically. And for the models to be organic and to grow, we need to respect the different autonomies, and we need to wrap up here. I know I'm using some rhetoric maybe proper from trade unions, but I will make use of, up until the very last minute of my time, to highlight again that we need to have a fabric, we need to collaborate, we need the system, the government, the society to trust us, to have this social element in these VET programs.
Gràcies. Em sentiu? Sí.
Thank you. We don't have much time. This trade union technique that you used in your speech, I think it was very useful because we couldn't stop paying attention to you. Before moving to questions I may have for the panelists today, maybe I would like to open the floor, but if there are no questions, maybe I have a joint question.
Contestar.
So that you can all answer from your perspectives. And given that we are here trying to listen to the voice of apprentices, I would like to know from your scopes, how do you see the integration of apprentices in the future? You were talking maybe about expanding this network at a European level. So from the perspective of young people, and also how successful is the dual system in Catalonia for young people. The subdirector also said young people have a good perception of the system, and we have increasingly more students in this dual system. What do they think, what do they expect from our work at the Bertelsmann Foundation and the Education Department of Education, and as Ricardo was saying, how can we listen to them? How can we get them on board to this negotiation? How can we take them into account? How can we take them on board? Thank you. Well, as I said in the introduction, I believe that that's where the project is born from. It is about sitting them together, and this model which is developed in offices, we have to see whether it follows, it is along the same page on what young people need. This is what we need to work on. We need to have working groups to see what's the direction we should take for the quality of the vocational training model. And that's fundamental. It's essential not just for adults to be engaged. I loved what they said in the previous panel. We also need to listen to the young people, and that's why the engagement of young people and their participation in this kind of events, 3 of those 140 we have in the project are here, and I thank them for that. They're wearing these t-shirts and all, because they want to be part of this kind of initiatives. They want to listen to the proposals in a bi-directional way, so both ways. But not only have to listen, but you also have to integrate those aspects for improvement. And this initiative should not be endogamic. It needs to go beyond the borders to a European level. I was saying before that, similar to dual vocational training, we have many other initiatives, and we need to learn from each other, and we need to make progress in this European network with the implementation in every country, of course.
This is a very tough question. Publicly stating here what the government thinks that young people expect from VET programs is complicated, because we want to respond to the needs of the youth, but also we need to respond to the needs of everyone. And we need to ask all the different stakeholders, because individually each one of us has different life projects, but we do share some common expectations. So I think what we need to do is that once we get the young people to come to us, to guide them better. And once they come to us, what do they expect from us? Well, they want us to comply with what we promise them. And this is at a social and professional level. They need some training and some apprenticeship programs that take place into an appropriate social environment where everyone is equal, where everyone has the same rights. A place in which they feel that they have support and that the system supports their individual motivations. And they ask that afterwards what they have done is appreciated by society and they are compensated for their work. And ultimately, that in their life project, the dual VET system provides them with the skills to choose their own path, which a path that will be different for every person, and it will be different depending on the moment of life in where they are. So I think that they ask us.
Yes, I agree. They want to be listened to. I would guess that young people want peace and prosperity. Peace, we're making it hard for peace, right? And prosperity is not easy for the youth in Spain. I would invite you, especially those coming from other countries. We have this webpage, which is the Observatory of Emancipation, giving details on the emancipation of young people in Spain, and you will be able to see what they would need to spend if they had a rent in proportion of their wages, the wages they're getting. So they would have to invest like 90% of their salary in many cases to just be able to live, to pay for their living expenses. So I don't want to repeat what the director said, but one of the central elements is emancipation. Young people want to emancipate. They have an 18-year-old daughter, and I can see that she wants to live on her own, by herself, and that's what we need to support. But this is not going to work if the working environment, the working market doesn't give them the opportunities. And for that to happen, we need systems which will not turn the young age in a long toll to access stability, but to have stability from day one. In Spain, and we cannot be patronizing, but if we wonder why the first child is normally born at 34 years of age for the parents, it's because they are wise enough, because our young people are wise enough not to face responsibilities they are not up to. In that sense, it is absolutely necessary for young people, and that's what we get from them, not to be protected. They don't want compassion, they want the right to work and to emancipation, and that's what we all agree on, I believe, and still it's complicated to make it work. Well, hopefully this dual vocational training system will provide them with ideas and will help them to have earlier emancipation and to find this inner peace we are all after.
Thank you, dear Maria and dear panelists, for bringing us a bit closer the Spanish cases, also having the fruitful discussion on how the social partners work here. I think it was very interesting. Now, as I'm also a trade unionist, I negotiated for us 5 minutes more coffee break as we are a bit late. So 12:05, I want to see everyone here. For our friends on the spot, I can tell you that the coffee break is in the hypostill room, but we have amazing hosts who will guide you to the room. For our online participants, take your favorite cup, fill it up with coffee or green tea, refresh yourself, have a look in the nature. We counted how many of you have joined us online, so we hope that at 12:05 the same amount of participants will be here. After this coffee break, we will have an amazing discussion focused on the representation of apprentices at the national dimensions. So, see you in 20 minutes. Dear online participants, we are running here a few minutes late. The networking seemed to be very good. The participants on spot are joining us slowly, so we will be back in a few seconds, hopefully. Ja, ja. Gracias. Yeah, the speakers are all here, I believe. And I think the speakers are all here, so we can start. The speakers are all here already, no? I see. Melissa, Baptiste, Scott. Scott is here, perfect. Okay. Okay, welcome everyone back. I would say as we have a little delay, I will start already. The colleagues on spot will join us quietly. I am happy to welcome all of you, hopefully also a lot of our online participants back. I hope you stayed with us as promised. Now let us turn to our next discussion, where we will explore national models of representation and key challenges to ensure apprentices are involved in the decision-making, something that we could hear already the importance of it this morning during a few other panel sessions. I have the honor now to introduce our next moderator, Ms. Ann van den Bulke from the DG Employment as well. And the floor is yours, and come up.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to present 5 speakers, 5 members from the European Apprenticeships Network. I will call them all on stage first before introducing each of them. Mr. Scott Kelly, is he already in the room? Yes. So take a seat. The next one is Baptiste Bouillet from France. Melissa Luc. Uliana Musakina. And the last person, Trine Kjelsen Johansen. So thank you very much for all of you to join us here on stage, and I will quickly introduce our first guest here next to me, which is Scott Kelly. He is from the National Society of Apprentices, originally from Glasgow, Scotland, and he is a vocational student in his 4th year. And Scott has been working with the NSOA, which is the National...
Society of Apprentices.
Voilà, the National Society of Apprentices, and he has been working for this association for over 2 years on improving mental health policy for apprentices and promoting a real living wage. He will talk about mental health, apprentice pay, quality and depth of education. Please, Scott, the floor is yours.
Hello, that's it. Hi guys, just very privileged to be in this beautiful building. This is just a short introduction before the Q&A session. So, hello, my name is Scott Kelly. I'm from Glasgow in Scotland. I'm a 4th year plumbing apprentice in the last year of my vocation. So, I'm in Barcelona till Saturday, so if anybody needs a plumber, please don't hesitate to give me a call, okay? I'm a part of an organisation called the National Society of Apprentices, from which I became involved with through the recommendation of my trade union just under 2 years ago. We at the Society task ourselves with representing the voices, concerns and welfare of apprentices throughout the whole of the United Kingdom. Serving on the leadership team with other apprentices, we have fought hard on the platform of many important issues such as apprentice pay, representation and quality of education, just to name a few. However, one issue in which I personally campaigned on to a greater extent was the topic of mental health. As a result of the COVID pandemic, the subject of apprentice mental health was shot into the spotlight, never seen before pre-pandemic. This ability to talk about, to talk about the once taboo subject of young people's mental health will ensure more measures of support are put in place. And this will be especially useful in the context of young people in vocations, as this will encourage more people to complete their qualification, whereas in the past they might have dropped out if adequate support were not in place. An example of positive mental health reform being put through by apprentice pressure is when myself, Ben Kinross and many others from the National Society put pressure on politicians and other important people from the Scottish Parliament to include apprentices within the €3 million worth mental health support bill that was originally only intended for full-time university students. We hope that this small but vital victory for young people in Scotland is not a one-off and encourages more youth organisations to demand more from their governing bodies and politicians in this regard. I hope in the relaunch of the European Apprentice Network and with the help of the European Alliance for Apprenticeships, we can create a more positive and interconnected collectives of apprentices throughout Europe, striving to share best practice and improve apprenticeships throughout the whole of the continent. This idea of the European Alliance for Apprenticeships, where apprentice organisations from throughout Europe strive for the betterment of vocational qualifications and those who do them, will only work if we are actually invited to the table and granted representation. We could be offered to be a part of any organisation in the world. However, if we aren't being involved with the decisions that impact our future, then I'm afraid this may all be in vain. So for everybody's good, let us make sure that young people are being granted a seat at the table. The work that we will do at the European Apprentice Network in conjunction with the various nations and organisations that are currently within EAfA, we hope to remove the stigma and promote apprenticeships as not just a backup to not getting into university, but as a viable and sought-after career path that more young people would be proud to obtain. Thank you for listening to my speech, and the result of this event today, I'm very hopeful and optimistic that through the relaunch of the European Apprentice Network and with the coordination from the European Alliance for Apprenticeships as well as the European Commission, we are on the right track to make real progress. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Scott, for explaining us or for showing us how the situation is in your country. Let's go now to France, and I invite Baptiste Bouillet to speak about what is happening in France. Baptiste, he is Head of Representation and Institutions Relations Department at ANAF, and ANAF is the National Association for French Apprentices. And Baptiste, he's 26 years old, and after studying international relations, political science and public affairs, he joined the ANAF, so the Apprentices Association, in November 21. Baptiste enjoys traveling and has studied as an exchange student in Canada at the Bishop's University. Baptiste, explain us what is happening in France. How does it work?
So, my association was created due to a lack of body for representing apprentices across France. Even if we are part of bodies as the Regional Economic, Social and Environmental Council and the Guidance Council for Youth Policies that are both directly linked to the Prime Minister offices, we decided, like the association was created in 2010 by 5 apprentices because of this lack of bodies representing. My association has 3 missions. One that is transversal to the 2 others, so the promotion of the apprenticeship, one of representation that you understand is crucial, and one of accompanying apprentices. Overall, we are the first and only national association of apprenticeships throughout France. And we have started 2 years ago to open regional and local offices. So kind of a territorial deployment. We are now present in the north, the east, Paris, and the south, and our headquarters are in Lyon. So as I was telling you, our mission of representation was the reason we founded the association. Associations in France have a special place because they are really listened by the government through their pledge activities, and they really operate a role of kind of a check and balances to the government. About our mission of representation, as you might know, in France, we are voting for our next president in less than 30 days. So we decided to write down 23 proposals for apprentices addressed to all candidates at the presidential election. We are doing a lot of press release to inform about the situation of apprentices throughout France. And since there are no bodies representing the apprentice, we have a very close relationship with the Labour Minister. For now, our representation model is really based on the supporting value, but we are operating a shift about that to really focus on the representation and put the representation as a key element for this future program. Indeed, France just has reached the breaking record of 700,000 apprentices in 2021. We are really doing work with the minors with migrant backgrounds, and we are taking aim to inform students about the field of apprenticeship, so we can inform and lift stigma about apprenticeship. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, thank you very much, Baptiste. The audience will have the opportunity to ask questions once we have introduced everyone. Now I am getting to Germany, to Miss Melissa Luck, and she's from DBB Jugend. And after graduating in 2016 from secondary education, she was an apprentice at the Federal Employment Agency, Bundesagentur für Arbeit. And she was there until 2019. And Melissa became a member of the trade union in 2017. And since 2019, she has been part of the Youth and Trainees Representative Council of Thuringia Saxony-Anhalt within the Agency for Employment and nationwide within the BA since 2020. BA? And she is, which is the regional youth leader for Thuringia with the union. Melissa, she will present what the DBB is, and then she will give an introduction of authority and of one of its tasks, and also the Jugend- und Auszubildendenvertretung. She will explain everything in English, of course, for you.
Yeah. Hello? Okay, yeah, of course. I will explain it in English. Yeah, thank you for having me and thank you for welcoming me. So you said already a few words about my person and about my trade union. And yeah, I want to start here with my first topic. So I want to tell you something about the DBB, so my trade union. Yeah, the DBB is the main organization or the main union of various trade unions in the public service or the public sector in Germany. The DBB includes over 1.3 million members in more than 40 trade unions. The DBB Jugend, so the youth organization, comprises more than 115,000 members between the ages of 16 and 30. I'm very grateful to represent the DBB and, of course, the European Apprentice Network here today. So you know a few facts about my trade union. Now I would like to turn to the second topic, and I think that's very interesting for the most of you, because since I heard that this is a special feature in Germany and also in Austria, I am very pleased to introduce you to the EAfA. So Ms. van den Burke has said it already, Jugend- und Auszubildendenvertretung. It is a representation for trainees and young people in, yeah, for young people, sorry, one moment. It exists in analogy to the staff or the works council. The representatives are voted from the apprentices to represent their interests or help to get better conditions in their apprenticeship. An election should be held at regular intervals. I think that's a pretty cool thing because the apprentices got the opportunity to ask people in their nearly close age for help. If you have any question, please let me know, because I think it's really a pretty cool thing. This is something very special and important, and I think that it represents Germany's national dimension well. Giving trainees a voice is just as important as to guiding them into the training and find their ways from school to work. In Germany, career counselors help with this. My employer, as you remember a few minutes ago, she said Bundesagentur für Arbeit, Federal Employment Agency, helps with it. And the Federal Employment Agency is entrusted with this task. In Germany, the career guidance starts at the 7th grade around. The counselors meet the students at the school, and in separate meetings, they hold intensive discussions to help the young people in the best possible way. They respond to the wishes of the students to find the right apprenticeship or maybe the right study for them. So I hope I could give you a short but informational insight into the national dimension of Germany. Yeah, what about the other countries? Maybe think about it, just try it too.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Melissa. So now we know already something more about the German system and the German situation for the moment. Let's go more north. We are going to Scandinavian countries now, and Finland is the next one with Miss Uljana Musakina. And Uljana Musakina, she is board member of the National Union of Vocational Students in Finland. She is an ex-vocational student who graduated during COVID-19, the pandemic, and she is a current student at the University of Applied Sciences, and she would like to share some information about practical training in Finland on behalf of her organization. She will talk about types of apprenticeships in Finland, about the policy of her organization, which is called Sakki, and then apprenticeship in Finland during the pandemic, what did it mean, and the future plans. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I also have a presentation. You will share the slides, or the slides will be there. I have a presentation.
Sorry, I do not hear it.
I think the other okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you. So yeah, thank you, Anne, for the introduction. Yes, I am from Sakki, from one of two national unions of vocational students in Finland. And today I would like to share something about practical training in Finland. So firstly, I would like to tell you about 3 types of apprenticeship or practical training in Finland. So it's paid apprenticeship, then on-job learning, and so-called young entrepreneurship. And in the next slides, I will tell you briefly about each one of them. So the first one is paid apprenticeship, or on-job learning in this case. So this is me on my first on-job learning. On-job learning is basically when you're studying in vocational schools. In Finland, it works like that you have roughly 6 to 8 weeks of school studying behind the desk, and after that you go complete practical training somewhere. It doesn't necessarily need to be all the same place throughout your studies. It can be different places as long as it covers the subject you need to practice. When you're doing that, you are not officially employed, and there's no minimum time specified for on-job learning, but we have rules. So when you're studying a specific subject, we have a specific list by Ministry of Education, so for how many hours you need to practice. So it's very specific, like regarding each subject. And there's no payment for that. So of course you will be getting food and your travel expenses covered, but there's no actual salary for that. Then there's a paid apprenticeship, so that's also me. And paid apprenticeship is mostly when you're at work and at the same time you study. So if previous one was like about 50-50 studies and learning, this one is about 70-30. So mostly job and less studying, but of course enough to get the degree. And in this case, you do get paid, and there's also no minimum wage, but it's backed by the professional unions. So there is like a template with specific salaries listed for which job, how much salary you need to get. Yep. And then there's young entrepreneurship, or JA, which means junior achievement, and it's a Finnish company that offers services and courses for entrepreneurship, obviously. And during that program, you can make like some kind of company, so-called, for a period of time of 6, 9, or 12 months. And for that, you can get paid. You can, for example, organize some kind of events for people, or you can sell something. That doesn't really matter. And for young people, when they do that and they get paid for that, they don't pay taxes up to 10,000 euros if they do it through the Young Entrepreneurship Program. Yes, so then we have a bit about our SAKI regulations. Yes, so there's a few highlights from our policy paper. I won't talk about all of them. Obviously, that's not all of them, because it's not about our policy paper. But we think that it's really important for people to be reviewed. The workplace where they are, it needs to be reviewed beforehand, before they come to be an apprentice. Then there needs to be a learning guidance from the workplace and from the school. Also, the apprenticeship or practical training needs to be monitored throughout the whole process. And it needs to be fairly graded, so the teacher needs to come to the place to actually see what student is doing. So they're not just trusting their employer's words; they need to see it by themselves. And the transition from unpaid apprenticeship to paid apprenticeships needs to be flexible and easy, because no one wants to be unpaid for a unnecessarily long period of time. Then we have a few other tools to ensure the mental health of the apprentices. And one of them is Jaksa Jaksa. We can probably switch the slide. Yeah, so Jaksa Jaksa in translation means come on, go on, keep up, or manage. So this one is with a question mark, because we don't know how people are doing unless we ask them directly. So this particular project is about training of mentors. And mentors are usually people of 20 to 29 years. They are volunteers. They get trained for free by this project. And after that, they go to schools and help people cope with their problems if they have those problems. And the age 20 to 29 is because sometimes it's easier to have like a so-called buddy than a teacher. So you just can freely talk about, okay, I like that, I enjoyed that, or okay, that was completely awful. So yeah, and the next one will be Osallistuja voi hyvin, which means participate and keep well. It's a part of a cultural ministry project of a program that's called Right to Have a Skill. And this one is an online one, and basically it's about sharing success stories in vocational studying and in apprenticeship. So it's showing that people are not alone, and success is achievable, even if sometimes it feels like it's not. Yes, so after that I can just share some future plans of SAKI. So, of course, the first one is representing representing vocational students because it's always needed, and unfortunately they're still viewed, the vocational education is still viewed as the second option or even the lesser option. So we need to actually listen to vocational students' voices. Then we need to support the COVID-19 students because of the pandemic, some of them didn't get enough training, enough practice, so they will get basically less experience than people who graduate before them or after them. So we need to offer them some support in the lacking of this experience. And the last but not lesser one is the quality practical training, meaning that people are actually learning and the learning is monitored, so they're not staying there like a decoration of the room, nor they're used as a free labor. Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juliana, for this presentation in Finland. And when we wish to know something more about Jaksa, or what was it again, we will get back to you. Our last but not least member we want to introduce is from Denmark, another Scandinavian country. We would like to find out how it is there, and Ms. Trine Kjeldsen Johansen will explain us and tell us something about minimum wage in Denmark, about apprentices' rights, and about the importance of apprentices. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Trine, and I am the International Officer in the Danish Technical and Vocational School Students Union. We organize technical students, social and healthcare assistants, and then also apprentices. For many years, we've had negotiations between the employers and the employees to raise wages and improve working conditions for apprentices. It is important for employees to receive high education and safe work environments, especially when they are apprentices, because that is what makes the great workers for many years to come. This is why we also don't actually have a minimum wage in Denmark. The government has not seen a need to control it because we have a lot of unions who help control and negotiate our wages. This means that you can technically be paid €1 an hour. However, you are protected by this collective agreement between unions of the employers and the employees. This system is also why you get paid so much in Denmark, both as an apprentice and as an employee. However, we still see a lot of problems, such as outdated machinery when we are at schools and undereducated teachers. This problem is also something we've most likely created ourselves because of the high wages and good working conditions. It's not a bad thing to have great wages, but we also need to find a way to continuously improve our education and apprentices' skills. Because without great apprentices, we won't be able to keep up on the high work qualities we have right now. Therefore, it is important that we find a way to attract great teachers and improve our apprentices every year and invest in the educations and technologies. When we invest in apprentices, we'll be able to see more skilled workers, and we may also help to attract more young people. This is very important because appealing to the youth is key if we want to educate more young people. Right now, one of the most appealing things is the independence that comes with a monthly paycheck of at least 1,200 euros every month. This is a very high standard to set, but it's also a very great way to attract young people. However, it's still not enough to attract what we need. We've seen a big shortage of young people who become apprentices, and our government has estimated that we're going to be missing 100,000 skilled workers by 2030. This is a very big number for a small country like Denmark. And if we want to reach our climate goals, we might even be missing double that amount, 200,000 workers. This is a scary number because skilled workers and great apprentices are a keystone in our society today. Apprentices are the foundation of tomorrow because they're the ones we're going to call whenever we need a new building or even just something small at home like our sink fixed. In short, we need skilled workers if we want to continue to improve our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trine. For the next part of the discussion, I would like to ask our distinguished speakers if they would like to share some personal experiences of being a positive voice for apprentices and championing, promoting apprenticeships. May I start with you, Scott?
Hello. There we go. Sorry. Well, the example that I gave earlier in my speech about the mental health bill that we managed to get apprentices added onto. So just over 2 years ago, when the first lockdown hit in 2020, myself and Ben Ross at the NUS, the National Society of Apprentices, spoke to, at the time, Apprenticeships Minister Richard Lockhead from the Scottish National Party in the Scottish Parliament. We brought up the fact that young people, full-time university students, were being entitled to this quite a good £3 million mental health support bill. However, we said, why are apprentices not involved in this? Apprentices are young people. Apprentices go to educational institutions. What makes them any different to university students? And so we put a lot of pressure. We had a lot of good, constructive conversations, and we managed to get apprentices included into that, so that entails mental health charities, mental health counselling, stuff like that. So I'd say that's one small victory, and that's one example of what the National Society have done to further the rights and welfare of apprentices throughout the United Kingdom.
Thank you. Maybe also Melissa, what would you say related to that?
My own experience in Germany.
Yes, your personal experience of being a positive voice.
Yeah, of course I am, because I'm a member of the representative for the young people in my my federal employment agency. I think that's really a good chance and a good thing to be a voice for the apprentices, because if they have a problem or if they have questions, they always come to me or to the other members of the representative and could ask. And I think for young people it's more easier to ask people in the same age or in a close, nearly same age, as to ask an adult. I think that's a good thing, and I don't understand why is it only in Germany and in Austria, because yeah, it is easier for the young people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. We are almost closing the session, but I would like to turn to the three other guests among you, and I would like to find out what are the challenges for assuring that apprentices have a voice in decision making. Because this is a real challenge, we all know that, and not only in one or a few countries, in most of the countries this is really a challenge. Maybe Baptiste?
I think that firstly we need to listen to them. That's very important. For example, the proposal I was telling you before was based on an online consultation from apprentices, and 80% of our proposals are from them. After that, we need to go into the field, be in contact with them. Actually, our association is going very often in middle school or student salon. With this, we can realize what they need and think about how we can help. We need to engage them, give them tools, so they can raise their voice and understand how the system is working. For example, our association created an online platform called My Apprentices Help. Basically on that you can put your name, where you're from in France, how old you are, and we'll tell you all the financial help you can get based on your profile. We also did a serious game about their rights and their professional duties and posture. And finally, obviously, we need to be a relay of their voice directly to the government, the various ministries and local institutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I would like to turn to Finland, and we go back to Scandinavian countries, and there, please let us know about the challenges that you have in your country related to involvement of apprentices in decision making.
Well, it's always a challenge to, how do I put it, to actually make people want to be involved in that, because, for example, if they're always told, okay, that they're lesser people because they go to a vocation school and not to a gymnasium or something like that, they're like, okay, I'm not important. So our job is to tell them that they are important and their voices are heard. Mm-hmm. So that's why our organization organizes different events in which you can learn more about what our organization is doing and how you can engage with that yourself. And also we have different campaigns that will also help people. For example, for those who are shy to be physically somewhere, they can contact with us, communicate with us through emails and other interesting things like the campaigns that I mentioned, that they can just share a success story, and when the success story is heard by other people, it encourages other people to share theirs, and so the people can communicate with each other even as though they are not speaking to each other directly.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, and we go to our last panelist, Trine.
Yeah. I think our biggest wish is to have more of the apprentices speak up about their problems. We have a great representation in Denmark of our students. However, the lowest group of people speaking out is actually apprentices. Every school has a right to have a student council, and you often only see them on normal gymnasiums or schools where you go to normal classrooms. It is really hard for us to organize these students that are doing apprenticeships, and I think that's really where we want to put our focus, is to have them speak out so we can help them and improve how they are going to go through their everyday lives.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether there are any questions from the audience. Please, when you have any questions, raise your hand. I cannot see it very well. No, then I think we can. Yes, there are. Yeah.
Me first or the other one? What? I'm just going to stand up. Yes, Maria from the Danish Union of Business Students. First of all, I'd like to say I think it was a little bit of a shame to see that this is like the people we're here to talk about, and see that people prioritize to stand and drink coffee and eat cake instead of hurrying back to listen to all the smart things that they had to say. It's not enough to have them represented here and give them a chair. You have to listen to them and actually take their input seriously, so I hope you'll take that with you from here. But I would like to ask if you have had something you wanted to improve when you're speaking to, for instance, companies, employers, or decision makers as representatives of apprentices. What would you like to improve if you could?
I don't know who wants to react. Yes, please.
Yes, so that is definitely an important thing. How to because we need to engage employers into apprenticeship, because it's not enough that they just take people to practice, because to actually teach, people need to be taught to teach. So you just can't say that you've been like doing that job for 20 years and then you can teach someone else. That's not exactly how that works. So we need to tell the people who are taking apprentices or practicants that they need to undergo some kind of courses, and we need to encourage that courses. Thank you.
If I understood well, there was a second question in the room, or?
Yes, thank you for the second option for the second question. As we are celebrating the European Year of Youth 2022, I want to make a question in the space of being a young generation, okay? So, I've been supporting my children during the years of schooling, so I had many chance to sit in a table where there were adults and young together. And in my experience, when the young people are together, they talk about adults in terms of people being old. They are old, so they won't understand us because they are old. Sorry, extremely, okay? When the adults talk together, they say, you know what, young generation, they are too young. They won't understand because they are too young. So, but I've been seated in table where adult and young people together. And what happened in my experience was that the young people were playing a different role, and because they wanted to look more mature to the adult and trying to be more participating in the issues. And the adult played the other game because we don't like to be perceived as old. And so we play the game instead. Look, we understand you, okay? In this space, my question is, and this is not a rhetorical question, I want to be cynical. Do you really believe that there is a possibility to communication between the generation of young and adult? Or do you think there is a border, a barrier, where you, and us, are not really capable to communicate based upon our nature, being adult or young? Thank you.
Yes, I think I don't think there is a big barrier, but I think there is a lot of mental barriers for both the young generation and the older generation when it comes to this. I was at an event where a very young politician in the EU came and talked to us and told us how she's been told to speak in her big girl voice now that she's a part of the EU. And I think this is where our mental barrier stands, that sometimes they see the younger generation as a little bit soft, a little bit weak. But I think that when we break down these barriers and say a young person can stand here, they have been chosen to stand here, and they also have their perspective to show and to represent, and they are willing to listen to your experience, then they also wish for you to listen to their experience. And I think it's a thing that needs to go both ways, that we both need to be more open-minded about listening to each other and talking about how we improve everything. The youth should be better at seeing, okay, this has been a problem, we can't do this right now, but the older generation also needs to listen and see, okay, the youth is saying this is a problem, how do we move to improve this? And I think this is the mental barrier that really needs to be broken down, because it is a possibility to really work together.
Thank you very much. I think these words are really nice words to close this session. Mental barriers between the generation, and especially in the year in the European Year of Youth, we must be able to break down these barriers. We will do everything we can to do that. I won't take you longer here. I won't shorten your lunch because we still have one important chapter for this morning. So. Matthäus, I let you continue.
Thank you, dear Anne, and also thank you, my EAN colleagues. You did a great job. I know how it is to stand here and being kind of nervous, so I think you deserved a big round of applause. You made it very refreshing, and to be honest, I'm kind of proud to see that the young blood is here and taking over also, and you're very motivated. And what I like also is that, sure, we are always complaining as the youth generation, and also you have done it when you have been young, that young people want to be on the table. And here we had some good examples how they also take their needs into actions, and they are organized in organizations, in trade unions, in school unions, in other youth organizations to represent young people. But I don't want to hold you back from lunch anymore that long. Now I want to introduce my colleague, or our colleague Norbert Schöble, who is very well known here. He is from the DG Employment of the European Commission, and now is the big moment for the newcomers. So I would like to ask, so far I see it's 11 newcomers. I would like to ask you to line up already here in a row and bring your apprentices with you, please. And now, Norbert, the floor, together with Chiara, is yours.
Thank you so much, Matthias. And even I'm still nervous, although I have a bit more experience. And for me, it's a very special moment for 3 reasons. First of all, I have seen the European Apprenticeships Network still before I retired to be relaunched. So for me, I'm more than happy to be part of this. And a particular thanks that this can happen in such a nice premises, thanks to our host. Second, the Alliance, and when I started in 2014, I think it was, we call it a beauty, Sleeping Beauty, is still alive. And that's why it's my privilege, actually, to welcome newcomers now in real. We had to wait a little bit, but now today it's something which we really appreciate, that we have newcomers joining the family of the European Alliance for Apprenticeship. So I see you all lining up, so you're waiting for the signature. That's great. And I hope some of you had also the opportunity to bring an apprentice along. So now it's the moment to sign your own commitment. And I would like to start with the host country, which is Spain, of course, and we have FP Empresa. So please. And then you can go over here. Okay, next today is from Belgium. It's Bart. I remember his name because we had yesterday together, we went to a restaurant. He's an excellent cook, by the way. And he represents the hotel school Ter Duinen. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
You take it.
Thank you.
Now we go further south. We have the Community Development Institute from Macedonia. Welcome.
Thank you.
Now we have a newcomer from Austria. It's Zukunft Lehre Österreich. Please. Now we go to the next, it's Vitesa, the next newcomer. Can you sign here? Okay. Oh, yeah, whatever. Does it work? Yes.
Thank you very much.
We go now to a company, I think it's based in Germany, Software One. Are you all Software One? Wow, this is not Software One, this is Software 4. Huh?
Where do we start?
You can sign here. Does it work? If not, I have another pen. Oh, okay, you can re-sign it if you... Thanks a lot. Please go ahead for the group picture.
Thank you very much.
You know, I need to explain normally we invite one organization to the newcomer session and an apprentice, but Software One decided to bring on their own costs extra people, so it shows really the interest to be part of this family. Thanks a lot. Then we go to Ireland. I cannot imitate the Irish accent, but it's MS Let Be, or Let Us Be, please. The family, thank you, becomes very big. I hope we will make it for the group picture. And now we have from France, current French presidency, FAB, or FAB? Yeah. Okay, welcome. I don't know if you try, c'est une plume, hein?
Yes.
Ça va aller?
Okay.
Non, ça va pas aller. Non. Il faut écrire. C'est comme c'est une plume. Hein?
D'accord.
No. Second pen.
Does it work? Thank you.
I'm always prepared, huh? Now, press.
Okay, thank you.
Doesn't work. Unfortunately, I don't have a third pen. Ah, it worked, it worked. Merci. Voilà. And I think we're almost there. We have now the pleasure to have the University of Economics and Innovation in Lublin from Poland. I'm particularly happy to have somebody from Poland. Very good. Thank you. If you try to join the group on the left side, and are you the last one? Oh, I think we still have online people, but it's now IC Terra, please. Thank you so much. And I just need to mention before we take a group picture, I also want to be on it. We have actually also organizations talk from Turkey. Oh, you're here? Well, then that's great. I didn't see you, sorry.
No problem.
Very
Hello.
good, very good. Please.
So here?
Here you can sign, yes. So, thank you. So we even have now a representative from Turkey. And please go, yes. And we have other newcomers, but I think we stop here because we want to take a group picture, and then I think you can give a big applause to all of us, and then we can enjoy lunch. This was mine.
Okay.
I have so many pens.
The stage was full. It seems that the family of the EAfA is growing, which is a great sign. It shows that Norbert and Chiara and your team are doing a great job. I want to say thank you. Norbert mentioned it just right now that he is retiring soon. I don't want to put it so much in the spotlight now, but as you mentioned by yourself, I think he really deserves a big round of applause for his many years of work, for his giving his heart to us young people, to apprentices all over this continent, and also to helping to establish the EAfA and the European Apprenticeships Network. So this is...
Sorry, I was supposed to say this at the end, but since we are starting, so also from me, a big thanks to Norbert, but he's not the only one who is retiring. Anne is also retiring and will leave. So I think you have really done a lot for apprentices in Europe, so thank you so much.
So I have now the difficult task to be here between you and the lunch. But I have some last instructions after the lunch, because as you might know, we are starting at 2:30, this time please harsh, with the workshops. And there are 4 different workshops, 3 of them happening here on spot. The first one is by Mrs. Giuseppina Tucci and Ben Kinross, who are from the European Apprenticeships Network, and they will moderate the first session, The Voices of Apprentices, a New Strategic Approach. And this will be in the room next to us here. The second session will focus on the challenges in supply and quality of apprenticeships and how to tackle them, and will be moderated by Mrs. Alexia Carrasco and representing the Fundación Bertelsmann, which will be upstairs in the room 3 and 4. The third session and last session happening in this room is embedding the voice of apprentices in decision-making, and it will be moderated by Norbert. And we have the 4th session, which is online, by Mrs. Ana Carrero, representing DG Employment from the European Commission, and she will moderate the session, Making Apprentices More Attractive for Youth. So I wish to everyone a good lunch. To you, our friends at home, make something that makes you happy, because it's important to stay motivated, and join us at 2:30 back on spot. See ya. Can you hear me again? Sorry, I knew I will forget something. All the speakers are asked now to meet in the corridor here, upstairs to take a group picture. All the speakers, also our colleagues from here. Yes?